Yo! My guy, this hoodie is, I want to sleep in it. Yo, I told you. I told you, bro. I don't lie, dude. Third eye of truth. Listen, I do my due diligence. I am no one now. What's going on, bro? Welcome to the fucking stream. Yeah, boy. Chad, how we feeling today on this here Friday? Sheesh. What am I drinking? You already know the fucking vibes. Black cold brew and high quality H2O. Fresh black coffee. It's the only thing to drink. My birthday today, I'm 30 and officially an unk. Yo, happy birthday, bro. Dirty 30. Black. I drink it black. You want a crib tour? Yo, this is the fucking basement. This is where it all goes down. My house is too big to give a tour to. This is the bottom wing. My house has wings. Obviously. Obviously. I need my third beverage. I'll grab that later, though. I need my third beverage. I need 3 beverages at all times. I need a juice, a water, and a coffee. Everyone knows this. Everyone knows this. Juice for the carbs and the vitamins. Water for the extra hydration. And coffee for the caffeine. And the vibes. Marin, welcome to the stream. I'm good, bro. Are you good? You know, I had a little bit of an issue, but it's not even an issue. I had a little bit of an issue, but it's not even an issue. I get this beautiful sandwich post-workout, right? I'm talking turkey, lettuce, tomato, bacon, avocado, honey mustard. Can't wait to eat it. I come home. I look at the sauce. The motherfucker put mayonnaise on it. Dog. Dog! I kept my cool. I put it in the fridge. My girlfriend will have it later, perhaps. Not a good way to start the day. Not a good way. Not ideal. Not ideal. I open up my sandwich and there's cum in it. There's cum in my sandwich. Holy fucking buckets. Based Habibi with the gifted sub. Thank you, bro. Problem is, the place is too far to walk to. The place is way too far for me to even go back to. Mayo is my worst nightmare. In fact, I don't know what's worse, to be honest. Ketchup or mayonnaise. Ketchup might be worse. Ketchup might be worse. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Get that off my sandwich. No, you're rage baiting me. You're rage baiting me. You already know my opinion on aioli. We do this every day. We do this every day. Let's not get lost in the weeds here, chat. I like honey mustard. I like barbecue sauce. I like a nice extra virgin olive oil. Extra virgin olive oil. I like a spicy mustard. I like a honey mustard. I like a seed mustard. I like a smooth mustard. We know this. We know this. We know this. Not ideal. Not ideal, but you know what? Got the euro, and all was better. Already crushed, deleted the euro. It is what it is, chat. And I think I was being conservative with my Moglogs, because I'm pretty sure as long as this gets approved, it's actually more than 25 grams of protein. So, huge! We'll see. We'll see. I'm talking something around there. Yeah. At least 25 grams, at least. Chad, what do you want to cover today, bro? What do you want to cover today? I mean, we will cover it all. We will cover it all. You tell me, though. You tell me. What have you been seeing? What have you been scouting? What's going on in this here twisted world? Peter Mandelson, house being searched as we speak. Who's that? Peter Mandelson? Mandelson. Who's Peter Mandelson? Lord Mandelson. The Epstein ties. No way. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Who the fuck is this guy, bruv?
British police have opened a criminal investigation into former ambassador to the US, Peter Mandelson, over alleged misconduct in public office related to his relationship with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. It's alleged that Mandelson, a former cabinet minister, ambassador, and...
He does look like fucking Bill Gates' uncle.
Elder statesman of the governing Labour Party, may have shared market-sensitive information with...
Am I going to wish Joe Bart a happy birthday? Yo, Joe Bart! Happy birthday, bro. I don't think he's in this chat, though. Happy birthday, though.
Epstein a decade and a half ago. Documents released by the US Justice Department in January suggest that in 2009 he appears to have told Epstein he would lobby other members of the government to reduce a tax on bankers' bonuses, and passed on an internal government report discussing a potential sale of UK government assets. The newly released files also suggest that in 2003 to 2004, Epstein sent 3 payments totaling $75,000 to accounts linked to Mandelson or his partner. Mandelson was appointed as Britain's ambassador to the US in February 2025, serving in the...
Who's Plaskett?
Early days of Donald Trump's second term. He was fired in September after the first tranche of published emails showed he had maintained a relationship with Epstein.
Wasn't this guy his neighbor, bro? Wasn't Howard Lutnick his neighbor?
Epstein after the late...
Bro, Trump knows Epstein too, dude.
...financier's conviction for sex offences involving a minor. This week, following further revelations, he resigned from the House of Lords and from the...
Oh yes, the House of Lords.
...Labour Party. The British government said it was preparing legislation to...
Dude, I'm so happy the Founding Fathers came over from Britain and just became American. They're like, yeah, this British shit mad gay.
...eject him from the Lords and remove his noble title, something that has not been done for more than a century. The British government has agreed to release documents casting light on the decision to appoint Peter Mandelson as ambassador despite his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. Misconduct in public office carries a maximum sentence of life in prison. Opening an investigation does...
Yo, life in prison, god damn. Holy shit.
British police.
Millions of Epstein files expose abuse hidden behind luxurious lifestyle.
When millions of files...
I can't listen
British
to another
police have
fucking
opened
British
a-
voice. Holy shit.
When millions of files...
Dude, why do we have the best coverage of Epstein? Why do we have the best coverage of Epstein, dude? We have the most nuance-based takes ever. Nobody knows about B'nai B'rith. Nobody knows about the fucking Jewish mob in New York City. Nobody knows about the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services, founded in 1942. Nobody knows about the connection between MI6, CIA, and Mossad. Nobody knows this. Nobody knows this. You took Donald Barr into an actual conversation today? Nice. Yeah, nobody knows about Donald Barr being a member of the OSS and actually being Jewish, but then converting to Catholicism. Uh-oh! Stinky! There's also a conspiracy theory that the government has had AI image generation and stuff like that since like 2004. And I wouldn't put it past them. Like, if we're just getting AI now, I feel like the government has had AI for 2 decades. Yeah, I saw the Epstein is alive type shit. I saw he's playing Fortnite. I'm going to come out and be real for a second. I don't think he's alive. And neither do I think he's playing Fortnite. That is just fucking retarded. I mean, it's funny, but that cannot be true. Our world is a dumpster fire if that is true. I had a little caffeine, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Phil, let me hold a quick $1,000. Try to buy some home gym equipment. You know I'm good for it, bro. Ah, jeez, dude. I don't got any money, dude. Do I know Scotty K Fitness? Jeez, dude. That's the guy with the Lorax mustache, dude. I don't know who these people are. I don't know who these people are. I only know who Greg Plitt is. That's it. That's it. And the Hodge twins. And Elliot Holtz. Holy shit. Chill, brother, man. We gonna make it. Oh, I'm gonna make it. I'm definitely gonna. You're gonna make it. I don't know if everyone else is gonna make it. What do I think of Epstein being alive? Nah. Nah, I don't think he's. Nah. Nah, I mean, what? Why would he be alive? You're telling me he hung himself and then they switched out the bodies and transported him to Israel? He's on record for hating, like, the country of his, like, he doesn't like to stay in Israel. That's in the files. He's like, anywhere but Israel, dude. I'm not trying to be in Israel. I think he killed himself. I think he killed himself.
Last major question here. Some things are
Is this live right now?
so sensitive that we
No, this is February 1st.
both would agree they cannot
No, it
be
is live right now.
made public. Will you commit to this committee when it is too sensitive to disclose that you would at least make it available for in-camera review by the chairman and ranking members or others designated?
I have done that, and I will continue to do that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a breath of fresh air. This
Thank you.
is
Thank
the
you.
beginning of what we need. But my questions today for the director are ones in which I believe that we do need to codify by agreement or by statute, if necessary, the kind of openness and transparency that we're seeing from this administration.
Can we get a book club category in the Discord? Ooh, that would be pretty nice. I could work on that. By work on that, I means I could do that.
And the kind of discovery that's allowing us to do our oversight properly. And I would hope that that be the follow-up to this, obviously along with the attorney.
First book is 48 Laws of Power. Second book, The Art of Seduction. Third book, The Art of How to Not Give a Fuck. The Subtle Art of 48 Laws of How to Dominate Your Enemies.
Have you ever heard of Havana syndrome?
What's that? What's happening right out of me?
No, I was.
We have a deep case of it.
I've just been more conscious of where my phone is because the EMF stuff has an inverse square fall off. So if you have something that's an inch away from your head, it's drastically better to have it 10 inches away from your head because the fall off is the opposite of exponential. And I was doing some cursory research into stuff, and I looked up voice to skull to see how realistic that is. And I'm so sick of the fucking QAnon. The people who are like deep into all the way into conspiracy stuff, they're just I don't want to denigrate them because how could you actually know what's really going on? But it's really not helpful to have people who think
Abstract Machine with the gifted sub.
that everything is a conspiracy because it's clearly not. So if you think everything's a conspiracy, you're obviously
Retarded.
you've got a false lens through which you're viewing the world, but also it's impossible to. I mean, you can't take anything at face value at all. So it's like those people do have. They're in a lot of cases those people have a better perception of what's going on than the people who don't buy into any of it. But like the voice to skull stuff it's especially frustrating. Like people saying that they can use microwaves to alter your DNA. Just got a text. Oh, it's my handler. All right. I can't talk about this anymore. Like the preposterous
Lords and Apps and 3 and
claims. It's just hard to suss out what's really possible. But what is really possible is you can transmit audio to somebody's head with microwaves. They did it with the one sort of experiment that was legit that I saw. They were able to recognize 9 out of 10 words when using microwaves to transmit audio. So you can make somebody hear a voice in their head.
good.
And
With like a phone microwave.
and then I was reading that and I was like, is this crazy? Am I going crazy? And then look up on YouTube. Not you. Let's stop watching
Yeah, do you think they're gonna play advertisements in our head?
videos. Look up on Wikipedia Havana syndrome. So these guys, can you make the text bigger so we don't have 60 words per line? Just hit Control plus. That's the thing everybody out there has to be conscious of. Can you hit Control minus 2 times? In emails and when you're writing and when you're designing stuff, you have to stop fucking putting 80 words on a line. From here to about here, that's what your eye can like take in without stressing. So when you have a long line of text like that, it looks very bad. And also learn how to insert paragraph breaks. We get emails from people, and half of them don't have paragraph breaks. It makes you look insane. It makes you look mentally damaged. When you have 50 lines with no paragraph.
He can't read? No, Sam Hyde's background is in graphic design. If anything, this is what, like, he loves and is passionate about. Except that, like, nobody really cares about, like, typography unless you're into it. And fonts and shit like that. But that's what he's, like, classically trained in.
You use one word per line,
And that's kind of why all of his design stuff goes so hard. It's because he's actually an artist in that sense.
word, enter, word, enter.
Like, all of MDE's merch and type and logo design, it's fucking incredible.
Anyway, this was the CIA, the
I'm glazing.
agents or operatives or whatever in Havana, Cuba. They started complaining of hearing a sudden loud noise, pain in one or both ears, feeling pressure or vibrations in the head, tinnitus, visual problems, vertigo, nausea. Cut that out. I said nausea.
You always say nausea. I just never wanted to correct you.
Cognitive difficulty. You can leave that in. Cognitive difficulties, fatigue, and dizziness.
That's what I get when I don't have my coffee.
You know this?
So they're in this hotel, chilling, getting nausea, and they were.
Congresswoman Plaskett was getting coached by Epstein via text message during the 2019 Cohen hearings. Timestamps line up perfectly. Really? Congresswoman Plaskett. Congresswoman Plaskett. This woman coached on what?
They like brain damage, lasting effects from a microwave weapon of some sort.
Now,
I have not seen the video.
in your opinion,
And you're telling me Epstein was just coaching her, like, live?
you think it would be one unit? One frequency emitted from one thing? Or
Yeah,
tests from
I think they just.
the electrical...
Is this in the files? If I look up the data set, you're telling me Plaskett's in the files? Justice.gov de Luigi with the 10. CIA would have won if they responded with making all those symptoms also symptoms of being gay. True. She's the congressperson for the British Virgin Islands. Yes, I am 18 years or older. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa, hey now. Stacy Plaskett. Oh, Nelly. $190. Hold on. Philion. Oh! Oh! Yo, Chad, I'm in the files! What the fuck, dude? Yo! What does that mean? Leading D South, Philion. What the fuck? Dude. Dude! What do you mean my name's in the files? Chat, what the fuck? Where's my name, bro? That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. Is that Philion? Yo, Third Eye Global compromised. I did Control F. It doesn't come up.
I think they just fired a microwave in their head at their head. So if this happens to you, you immediately have to put a tinfoil hat on.
Yes.
That's the
Stacy Plaskett. Epstein.
You stand behind that offer.
If the chairman asks
Reportedly texted with Jeffrey Epstein during House hearing.
me, and I'll take it under advisement now, and it's not a problem in terms of attorney-client privilege, yes, I will turn it over.
You, as my friend Mr. Meadows pointed out, misled
Yo,
this committee
what
even
the
today in a written
fuck,
submission
dude?
that contradicted your testimony. You have suggested you are going to review that. Did you review? Are you going to review it in our next break to correct the record, yes or no?
Yes,
Question, you helped out the president's campaign or were involved in the campaign as a representative, as a spokesman, even in your words today. It was your idea
Blame Danny with the gifted sub. Huge.
for the campaign dating back to 2011. Is that accurate, yes or no?
yes,
2011 is a year that sticks in my head, for it's the year my daughter was born, and it was the year I was diagnosed with cancer. I was not then pushing for Donald Trump to be president.
God, the lag on YouTube is crazy. That's why you're going to want to go to kick.com/Philion. So what's going to happen to her? So what's going to happen to her? Literally nothing. Literally nothing. That's good. That's good. She justified it in an interview later. What did she say?
Sharia law and
Who the fuck is this guy, bro?
radical Islam have no place in the United States.
Who the fuck is
there's
this guy, bro?
A fundamental truth that I think we've got to recognize, which is that not all cultures are created equal, and they are not all.
The lag is the same on Kick, brother man, but maybe only mobile. I'm not sure. Fuck! All right, let me check my diagnostics. I'm getting 60 out of 60 frames. CPU 2.5%. 0 dropped frames. Might just be the swing of the shaft, if you know what I mean.
Equally compatible with America's governing framework. The reality is that radical Islam as a political ideology has a very different conception of freedom of speech than we have in the United States, a very different conception of freedom of religion, of separation of church and state, or of mosque and state. Islam as a political ideology is inherently imperialistic, and we see that now, unfortunately, all over the Western world. And I think the question that is why are we seeing? And I think the question that is why are we seeing this in the West, and why are we seeing
Is this guy a bone
this in the
smasher?
United States? Why are we seeing terrorist attacks from radical Islam within our own borders? Where did this come from? Islam is largely alien to American history. It certainly didn't come into the United States on the Mayflower. It's something that we deliberately imported as a matter of immigration policy into our country. And it's going to destroy us just like it's destroying Europe right now. It's our job to stand up to that, to stand up for our values, and to prohibit alien cultures and alien ideologies that do not comport with our own governing framework. And that's why I'm proud to be part of the Sharia Free America Caucus.
The Sharia Free America Caucus.
Yes.
What's a caucus?
Sharia law
What's a caucus? My caucus is huge. What's Fox News? What's Fox News up to, bro? What are they talking about? I'm doom scrolling. Dude, I don't even care about ICE anymore, bro. What? I don't care about Iran. What are we doing about the Epstein files? What are we doing about the Epstein files? No one is talking about the files. No one is talking about the files. No one is talking about the files. No one is talking about the files, and it's pissing me off. Let's watch it. No one is talking about the files, and it's pissing me off.
I wanted to give you a brief little follow-up to the latest batch of Epstein files that dropped. Over 3 million files came out, and it's been
we are talking about it. The Vox Populi, the voice of the people. But mainstream media, I think Epstein was connected to Putin and Russia. How dumb do you think we are?
A few days now of people coming through them and finding tons and tons of alarming things, new allegations, new names, a ton of new information. I highly recommend you check out CoffeeZilla's 2 latest videos covering this new Epstein file drop. I think he does a great job at cutting through the bullshit and delivering the clearest coverage and highlighting some of the most important takeaways from all of this new information. This is a huge deal, and don't let any of the NPCs on Twitter convince you otherwise or try and minimize the importance of this. And crazy enough, I know it's not just these faceless homunculi on Twitter that have this administration's cock buried deep into their throat that's trying to convince you to just let this all...
Yeah. There seems to be a huge divide between the MAGA sphere and rational people. You know, far-right Philion. Shut the fuck up, okay? I don't claim that bullshit. They're talking to us like sheep, like bugmen, without free will and agency. I want answers. I want truth. To be honest, I don't trust Trump or Vance or Kash Patel or Caroline Levitt to ever give us anything ever.
The administration itself is doing that as well, which is the main thing I want to talk about here. Since this release, the official narrative from the administration is they've finally complied with the law and released these files, and now we can all just move on. Which is crazy because there are still no arrests and seemingly no investigation.
I'm not moving on. I'm never moving on. This is the most important thing. I don't care about ICE. I don't care about little Somalia. I don't even care about mass migration. I don't care about political ideologies. I don't care about religion. I don't care about differences. I want things to happen to the perpetrators. I want the swamp drained.
Either, despite all of this overwhelming evidence that now the public has access to and can see some really fucking terrible things in. Raping children, trafficking children, possible cannibalism, torture, murder, all of this now just openly in the public, of course with tons of redactions to protect the perpetrators, naturally, which of course violates the law.
Professor Jiang explains how elites have always been like this for thousands of years. Dude, I don't trust that guy either. Tell me this Chinese professor comes out of nowhere and just starts telling you everything that you want to hear? No, don't buy it. The only thing I buy is a grassroots movement like Third Eye Global. You can go back, check the files, rerun the tapes. We've been here. Decade with skin in the game. That's just another psyop.
That they're right now gloating about following, by the way. All of this is now out there in the public, and yet still no investigations, and the administration is proudly just saying, time to move on. Before showing you some clips here, I want to do a little experiment here with you to try and activate a few neurons, God forbid. Let me dust off your brain here for a moment. Let's say that you have drank the Kool-Aid to such an extreme degree that you believe all of these Epstein files are a bunch of hooey when it comes to the Republicans that are named in.
How is that even a defense? I'm not letting it go. I refuse. But they just want to move past it. Sorry, you one-shotted me. Not the other way around. You gave us the files, and you didn't even do your job. You didn't even censor it properly. And you're protecting the victims. I don't care about the victims anymore. I don't. I care about the perpetrators. Do something. God.
They're like Howard Lutnick or Donald Trump. Let's say that you think that all of those are make-believe. There's nothing in there that holds any water. It's a fucking, wild goose chase. It's all fake. But you believe that all of the information in regards to Democrats in there, like Bill Clinton, is legitimate. And Bill Gates. All of that's real, but all the stuff on the Republicans is fake. Let's play ball with that. Let's say you're right. Why are the Republicans that are in charge right now in this administration not pursuing an investigation on the Democrats in these Epstein files? Let's go into a little bit of chess theory here.
It's a great question. Why is nothing happening? It's chud o'clock. It's time for things to happen.
Everything about Donald Trump and the Epstein files is totally innocent. He's been absolved of all wrongdoing like he says he is and like a lot of other people are trying to regurgitate. Despite the numerous times his name appears, let's say he's not compromised by Israel like the FBI was investigating. Let's say all of this is wrong, but all the Democrats that are named in there are actually guilty. Those are the actual evil perpetrators and the real culprits. Why the fuck aren't we arresting the Democrats, or at the very least, investigating all of this information in the Epstein file?
Yeah, like the Clintons are supposed to testify now, as if that's not going to be a load of fucking horse shit. Just a bunch of verbal diarrhea coming out of Bill's mouth. Please.
Ask yourself that question. Let's use
I'm
someone
a bug,
easy.
You're a bug. We're all insects. Little ants in a maze.
Bill Clinton. I think most sane people on the planet, after combing through the Epstein files and seeing all of these allegations and the pictures and everything with Bill Clinton, can agree there's enough here to at least start poking around and see what's going on with Bill Clinton's relationship to Epstein and everything that happened on the Epstein Island, right? Well, why the fuck is Trump defending him so adamantly right now? He just put out a statement like, man, I hate that people are shooting spitballs at Bill Clinton. I like that guy. I love that guy, actually.
Good guy, Bill Clinton. Great guy.
For a second there, I thought he was going to request a group hug in the shower with Bill Clinton at the very end of that fucking segment. Like, all of a sudden, he's Bill Clinton's best friend suckling on his titties. Like, what? Where's this coming from? Like, only a couple days ago, he was like, yeah, Bill Clinton's name's all over that. That backfired, didn't it? And now he's like, oh, man, Bill Clinton's, he's like the best of us. That guy's awesome. Oh, this is craziness. Actual craziness. Now, I know that there's, like, some probes into some things in regards to the Epstein files and people like Bill Clinton, like, related to it. But nothing's going to come from it. Nothing has come from this shit ever. Across multiple administrations.
They just won't prosecute it. They will not look into it. They will not further investigate. Whatever happened to Dan Bongiorno, bro? He's back to podcasting. Help me, dude. Help me.
Nothing has come from it, so I'm
being rage baited in real time by the devil.
No expectation that there's going to be any justice, especially when the fucking President Trump is still talking about, like, let's move on and it's not important. Or Perjury Patel, like, hey, we comply with the law. Epstein files are out there.
Perjury Patel.
We're done here. Time to wash our hands of it. Or Todd Blanche going and saying, it's not a crime to party with Epstein. It's very hard to have any level of faith that there's going to be any repercussions to all of these evil monsters. Now, I know I've been sitting here shitting and spitting, got a little off track. To bring it back to the initial thought experiment I wanted to plant into your noodle. If you believe all Republicans in these Epstein files are innocent, but all Democrats are not.
See, I don't think it's a Republican-Democrat thing. At the top, they're all the fucking same, and they always switch sides anyway. It's whoever's lining their pockets when it's convenient. It's whoever has leverage on them when it matters most.
Ask yourself.
At the top level, the left and right are the fucking same.
Why are the Republicans...
We only have to play this game that there's this divide between the parties. The fucking billionaires just straight milking the system so that our society functions. But they're all rubbing shoulders. In fact, they're all sucking and fucking each other anyway. Forget about rubbing shoulders. They're quite literally having orgies.
That are in charge right now, not actually investigating or holding any of these Democrats accountable.
I mean, it's a false dichotomy used for control. That's right. The horseshoe theory.
And punishing them, pursuing charges, or anything of the sort. Why does it seem...
They're all shitting on us from the same hole.
Like the actual narrative is, the Epstein files are out there, we're done here. Even though, by the way, the official stance only a few months ago is that the Epstein files aren't real, it's a Democrat hoax, they don't exist, that kind of thing. After, of course, Pam Bondi said they were on her desk. After, of course, They had actually given the Epstein Files Phase 1 to some fucking right-wing influencers who have been hush-hush crickets ever since. Anyway, if the Democrats in the Epstein Files are guilty, why are they not being investigated? Let me offer you
blackmail.
A little game theory here. It's because the Republicans in the Epstein Files aren't actually innocent. No one in the Epstein Files is innocent when it comes to a lot of the evidence we now have at our fingertips. There's a lot of real action.
Everyone has a proverbial pointed gun at each other's head. And that's why nothing is going to happen.
Stuff in there, at least I think so. Now, of course, a lot of it is unsubstantiated. I get that. Not everyone in there is probably guilty of shit. Like, I know Russell Wilson was in there about, like, a plane, like, trying to buy a plane. I get that. But there's a lot...
But it's sloppy work on the DOJ's part, because they didn't add any context whatsoever. They just dumped the files on their lap and said, have fun. And there's no rhyme or reason why certain stuff is redacted, and in other places it's not. They'll fucking black out some faces and not others, and they're not even victims. It's like, what is going on?
Of substantial evidence on a lot of very powerful people, like a Howard Lutnick. And so, if this administration did actually pursue charges against the Democrats that are
Remember when they handed out binders to, like, the 12 fucking influencers? We have the files! Fucking had a proclamation as if they were about... Please. It's like a book report. Fucking doodle drawings in there. This is Jeffrey Epstein. This is his island. Wow.
In the Epstein Files, then that puts them at risk of being implicated as well if that person starts squealing, if they start letting the fat lady sing. That's why I believe they are not pursuing any kind of real investigation or anything at all for anyone associated with the Epstein Files. That's why, apparently, all of these extremely powerful people that are named in there are completely fucking untouchable. They're basically ghosts at this point. If your name is in the Epstein Files, you've basically activated God mode in America, where you cannot be touched or punished, it seems. And I think that's also why the previous administration wasn't touching anything in the Epstein Files, because again, if they went...
Where is our Caesar? Where is our God Emperor, who's not bought by this shit, who ushers us into a new dynasty?
After the Republicans that were named in the Epstein Files, that opens them up to also being implicated there as well. Because
is it me? It's literally me, right?
Clearly, this was more than just one party. Both Republicans and Democrats are named a lot in these Epstein Files.
James Fishback, 2028. Listen, I don't care how based he is. Nominative determinism tells me that the God Emperor of America's last name is not going to be Fishback. Just think of that. Emperor Fishback, can I get you anything else? What? Huh?
So it'd be a fucking disaster for both parties, which is why it's been such like a fucking hot potato that hasn't been touched. That's what I believe. Now anyway, I think any sane person would agree that this is a huge fucking problem, that no one is getting arrested for this. But unfortunately, the powerful politicians that govern us are not sane. So they are to our face spitting on us, telling us to just move on and that it's not important. Here's those words from Donald Trump.
And you tell me something else. No, I think it's really time for the country to get onto something else. Really.
Yo, I'm being rage baited by Donald.
And now that
I don't want to get onto something else. No, I want to stay right here.
Nothing came out about me other than it was a conspiracy against me, literally, by Epstein and other people. But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
What would you say to people who feel like they haven't gotten justice, Mr. President?
Something that people care about. Yeah.
Oh, move on to something that people care about. So you don't care about child sex trafficking, the raping of children, the potential cannibalism, the torture, the murder?
Dude, okay, here's the thing. And this is going to sound inflammatory or crass or abrasive. I don't even care about how dark it is in that context. I care about what it was used for. The leverage, the blackmail. That's what I want, because I want to trace the power. Who owns us? Why?
All of that, that's not something you think American people should care about? That's not the important stuff? Well, what the fuck is the Trump phone, which is probably coming out any day now, supposed to come out in like August of 2025, by the way. Still no expected delivery time on my Trump phone device. Crazy. They're saying maybe March now. Fingers crossed, any day, no doubt. How can anyone sit there and not be revolted?
Should I just frame Mog in this little box? I feel like that's how I get more viewers.
By that statement. Again, if these Epstein files absolved Trump, which I don't see how anyone could mental gymnastic that explanation into reality and truly believe it. But again, even if he is completely squeaky clean here in the Epstein case, everyone else isn't. There's plenty of people that aren't. Why does he want so badly to just move on from this? Why does he want to bury it? He should be like really gung-ho about getting all of them arrested. And in fact, actually, one of his big promises when he was campaigning is that's exactly what he's going to do. But promises made, promises broken. That's the new motto. That is exactly.
I feel like Trump doesn't give a fuck about the files as long as he's not implicated in them. Like maybe he pulled a wipe my name from everything, get me out of them, and then I don't care. Yo, all these subscribers just popping off, bro. The motion here at Third Eye Global is insane.
Exactly what's been going on. He campaigned about how important the Epstein files were to release and like actually get justice for the victims and punish these heinous, evil.
Just play Under Your Spell by Snow Strippers and start mogging on cam. So true. Great song.
People. And then the second he gets into office, he's done everything in his power to not only deny the existence of the Epstein files, calling them a Democrat hoax, but also doing everything he can to prevent them from coming out. And it has just been a complete circus with these. And now that they're here, and people have all of this evidence with so many names and so many bad people on there with a lot of things that I do think would warrant an investigation, he is saying it's not important.
Phil, there's another 3 million files yet to be released. Can be way darker than what we have. That's right. My cortisol is being spiked.
And that we need to move on. That is actual craziness.
Do you have regrets about how it's been handled?
Look, like any other hot topic issue, the American public and the world had a great interest in this. And what we did under...
I just have to laugh at this, man. How is this our head of FBI? Why don't we have Agent Smith with a Norwood, the likes of which the world has never seen before, in blacked out sunglasses, Men in Black style? Where is our operator? Where is our 4:30 a.m. CrossFitter, Jocko Willink fueled absolute assassin?
President Trump's leadership has produced the most transparent DOJ and FBI in history. 3 other administrations had the opportunity to do this, and we produced everything we legally and lawfully could. We worked with our partners in Congress, we followed the statutes and the court orders, and we produced, 3 million some pages? So I think we got to the result in the right way. Could we have gotten there faster? I'm not really sure because of numerous court cases, multiple protective orders, multiple court sealings. And so now we've produced everything we can while protecting victims' rights and families.
Oh my fucking God, dude. I don't care about them. I don't care anymore. I'm over it.
Fucking dweeb, this insufferable dork. So here's Perjury Patel taking a victory lap here about how they did everything right when it came to the Epstein files, which, by the way, under oath, Kash Patel said that there's no evidence that there were like any, clients, no list.
No blackmail, no human trafficking, nope. Just a lone gooner. Yeah, he's a weird guy. He just loved young girls. Yeah, that was Dirty Jeff.
He said plenty of things that have been completely disproven with these Epstein files being released, but he's not facing any perjury charges, and to my understanding, no one's even pursuing it. Super weird how Perjury Patel just gets away with it. But here he's talking about how they did everything right in the right way, which is not true. They did everything they could to not release these files every step of the way. They're already 2 months late, basically, close to it. And also the redactions were supposed...
It's half fucking baked. You're supposed to underpromise and overdeliver. They're doing the opposite. They're overpromising and underdelivering.
to be reserved exclusively for the names of victims. They have not been used for just victims' names. That has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt.
How many victims are there? Can we get a number? Can we get something? Just this elusive victims, it doesn't quite cut it for a man of facts and logic like your boy.
That is a violation.
I'm a victim. I'm being mind raped by our own government.
Of the law that had been signed into place when it came to the handling the...
Help me, dude. Help me.
The Epstein files. And pretty much everything he says there is just a lie. That is what Perjury Patel does. Just lie. But the sentiment he's trying to express is now that they have the 3 million some files out there, they've done what they were required to do, and now we need to move on. There is nothing in regards to an investigation.
I can't wait for the big football game this weekend. Time to move on. Holy shit. I think I'm going to bet on Polymarket.
Or punishment to the people that are named in these files with tons of evidence and tons of really very, very disturbing things, pictures, videos, emails, all of this stuff, and all of the people in them don't seem to be looking at any possible punishment or anything at all. It doesn't seem like there's any level of justice coming to the victims here of the Jeffrey Epstein operation and all of the clients.
Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein, and so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things, and if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on.
Yo.
Some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak. And so we need witnesses and we need
Are there
evidence
videotapes that you all have? Or?
To answer that question, yeah, there's videotapes that they all have. In fact, Pam Bondi said that there's thousands of videos with children in them. Pam Bondi seems totally fine just letting this whole Epstein thing just kind of fall to the back rooms, by the way. Anyway, though, here's Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche just outright saying with his whole chest, it's not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. And he's being very open and honest here about how little...
Yeah, there's a whole sector of people that are like, look, Jeff really knew how to throw a party. Yeah, I mean, his ratios were on point. Say what you want about Dirty Jeff, but the man knew how to throw a rager.
He's actually caring about it. He's making it seem like, oh, maybe there's a chance for an investigation, but he's being very blunt that it's probably not coming. There's probably not going to be an investigation. He's even
the fucking political ditty.
And saying, yeah, unfortunately, pictures can't speak. So all those horrible pictures and all of that evidence in there, probably not going to lead to an investigation. Everyone's going to get away with it. Oh, shucks. But it's not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. You know, the man behind the biggest child sex trafficking operation in this country's history. What a strong message to be sending, Todd. It's all just so blatantly in your face. They treat you like you are a...
Well, I mean, what even is a child? What is a woman?
Mindless sheep. And plenty of people are proving them correct here with the shit that they're swallowing here with the smile on their face. Wake the fuck up, samurai. The president has just said that we need to move on from the Epstein files into something that...
Yeah, we got to move on.
People care about.
Like football.
Let that marinate for a second. Really think about that. Why is he trying to make it seem like the raping of children, the sex trafficking of children, the cannibalism, the torture, the murder is not something you should care about? And this is all...
I'm in the mood for a Chinese cookie. Who wants some pizza and grape soda? What does that mean?
Perpetrated by potentially the most powerful people in this country. Why is the president
Super Bowl
and his administration trying so hard to bury this and get people to move on without even trying to investigate or hold anyone accountable that's named in these files? It's just
like Bill Gates, for example. What's the crime? Prostitution? Yeah. What's the crime, dude? A succulent Chinese prostitute? This is Microsoft Manifest.
Just crazy. Anyway, I just had to yap about this a bit after seeing the response here from government officials about it's not important, just move on. I actually couldn't believe my...
Phil, I'm reading the files with my buddy and they call themselves Super Jews. That's like me, for real.
fucking ears. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
That's my nickname. Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. Good old Dirty Jeff. Good old dirty Jeff. Just Dirty Jeff. Dirty Jeff and the gang. Dirty Jeff and the Scooby-Doo gang. Yeah, that can't be a real comment, right? That can't be another real comment about Scotty K Fitness. You gotta be trolling me about the Lorax, bro. I don't know who this man is. I don't care who he is. I can't even begin to understand who he is. Bill Gates was always Microsoft. For sure. For sure, always Microsoft. It's impossible for Bill Gates to be macro hard. 100 fucking P.
Those records, why aren't you going? You just went on grand jury.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
You are hiding the Epstein files, Mr.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
You are part of the cover-up.
Can I respond?
Oh, that's an old clip. They're farming Cash Patel. They're farming Perjury Patel.
That's a very specific.
Let's watch this one again. This is from Podcast Cringe. Dude. Bill Gates has the microest and the softest, if you know what I mean. It's so micro and so soft, he named his company after it. A floppy disk? That's crazy. Who the fuck is this guy, bruv? Who the fuck? Joe Rogan's Epstein meltdown is hard to watch. Right here on screen, we have Mike Benz about to run defense for super apex predator Jeffrey Epstein.
A very specific illicit desire to want underage people.
Well,
how do you even find out that someone's into that?
Well, I don't think that the majority or anything close to it of the women were technically. I think it was largely
young,
very young, barely legal, so to speak. But
there's some 9-year-olds in there.
Yeah, there's even younger.
I'll move to yes. Hold on.
I'll go to chat after this.
What's a U9 red pizza party? Any ideas?
She was 14, guys. Can you get the right?
Oh no, this is just one example.
There's
this is just one.
So many.
Yeah.
Frank, come on, she was 14. What is your take today? What the is going on? Woody Allen, and now you're defending Epstein?
Woody Allen's a very different story. Woody Allen's totally different.
It's weird you're dating your stepdaughter.
It's still legal.
You can very easily.
Yo, it's too early for this. The caffeine hasn't hit yet.
Easily see someone getting involved in that just because girls juice deals. And Jeffrey Epstein, for the past 3 years of their lives has been the best weekend they've ever had. Has made them feel alive again. It's because it's juiced by the girls, the parties.
Yo, pause. Jeffrey Epstein, I mean, say what you want about him, but he knew how to throw an absolute rager. His ratios were on point, okay? Ignore all the noise that you hear about Mr. Epstein. The man knew how to throw a party. What is that statement coming out of your mouth?
The lifestyle that Epstein allows you to have access to.
But in the public eye, the narrative.
He made me feel alive again. Are you sure you want to say that?
Is underage girls.
So if we found out that somebody we knew was
Let's be careful.
16-year-olds?
Let's be careful. What? Oh, okay. I didn't know where you were going with this. I didn't.
No,
I'm about to leave, dude. I can't be part of this.
When Brendan Schaub is offering the most sensible takes in the room, then you know something's wrong. Ever since the latest Epstein files dropped last week, the usual suspects are playing D for the worst people. And it's no secret that Joe Rogan is compromised. He's been running cover for the elites for a couple of years.
What does that mean, Joe Rogan is compromised? I feel like we throw this word around a lot. Philion is compromised. Third Eye Global is compromised. Your mother is compromised. Is that just like the new buzzword? Like what does that even mean? They think Joe has a CIA handler or is on a payroll. I don't know if you guys have familiarized yourself with the guys in the CIA. You know the guys I'm talking about, the ones that do the podcast tours. I don't think that's how that works.
Now, once Rogan's wealth and influence got their attention, he decided that having calls with the president and dinners with billionaires was worth more to him than being honest with his own audience. Joe sold out for access. He just wanted a seat at the table. And for us, that means we have to listen to him sit in his studio and say things like underage people and, in the public eye, the narrative is underage girls. And he does it all with a straight face. But it's not just Rogan that's sold out. We all saw what happened last year when some of the biggest comedians in the world bent the knee to the Saudi government and became mouthpieces for the regime. And if that wasn't bad enough, then we had to listen to them come back to America.
The first mistake is putting comedians on this pedestal in the first place. They should be Diogenes pilled. They should be living in squalor. They should not be kings and philosophers.
America, lecturing us about how morally bankrupt
Mike Baker guys there like once a month, ex-CIA. Yeah, ex-CIA. My contract's up, so now I could just tell you everything that we did. Like what? How stupid do you think we are?
and racist we are for criticizing them for cozying up to a regime who maintains power by suppressing its own people and their free speech. Bill Burr still hasn't recovered from the backlash, and I honestly don't think he ever will. And when you stop and take a step back to take it all in, you realize how far we've come from the days when comedians and podcasters were an alternative to the mainstream media. They were the ones who we trusted to speak their minds and say what everyone was thinking without the network breathing down their necks and censoring them. Fast forward to 2026 and Brendan Schaub seems to be the only one making any sense.
That's because he's retard maxing. And if you look at the standard distribution of the midwit bell curve, it checks out that he's actually correct here.
So many people in Hollywood in powerful positions so into f***ing kid. What's the wrong with them? That's what I don't understand.
I have no idea. Is it a...
Do you know any, like, think about people you know. Do you know anyone who's like, dude, I don't know what it is. These kids.
No.
I like to never. In your entire life, have you ever met someone who's into f***ing kids?
But I'd like to believe it's very rare still. Like, I'd like to believe.
I don't think so at that elite level. There's too much. Look at all these young kids.
That's right, things have gotten so bad now that the guy with CTE and a face full of zins is the only one asking the right questions. I mean, Joe Rogan used to have a show literally called Joe Rogan Questions Everything.
Part of me is like, that can't be true, right? But then the other part of me is like, oh, that's 100% happening. It's the ultimate evil.
thing, which only lasted 6 episodes. Now, more than 10 years later, we have the infamous line from the Kash Patel podcast, "What am I going to do? Push back?" It's not just that, though. He also uses the excuse, "I'm just asking questions."
But oftentimes this gets conflated, right? It's like, all the elites are pedophiles. May be true. But why don't we narrow our scope here and really zone in on the whole Epstein operation and call it what it is, a literal intelligence honeypot blackmail operation? People are so hung up on like the goonerish intent and not the psychological warfare being conveyed and perpetrated.
That way, the internet can make up their own mind. But he's not even doing that anymore. Joe barely even scratches the surface. Seriously, check out this pathetic attempt from Rogan to discuss the Epstein files. This is the #1 podcaster in the world who gets paid hundreds of millions of dollars every single year to interview interesting and informed guests. And his hot take on Epstein is, yeah, it's kind of crazy.
It's just crazy that statutory rape is what took it all down, right? Because it's underage jobs, right? That's what took it all down.
Right here, Rogan is talking about the 2008 prosecution where Alexander Acosta was told to back off by Alan Dershowitz, allegedly because he's intelligence. Alan Dershowitz is part of the mega group, or is it... What's the other one? B'nai B'rith.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be what took Jeffrey Epstein down.
Kind of crazy.
Even that has a really interesting geopolitical history. There was a similar scandal in the early 2000s with a private military contractor called DynCorp. They got in trouble basically trafficking underage kids to Middle Eastern sheikhs. And I believe the reason that was alleged by Congress that they did that was to juice the deals with them. They need the support of the local high-level officials. They need to be happy. And there's several currencies for that. There's financial payoffs, and there's other things they might like parties and young women, especially in places where,
So they're using young women as human cattle for leverage in sweetening up deals. So human trafficking.
Being with the very young female is not illegal. And so I would not be surprised if the Epstein trafficking apparatus started with similar motivations. Not that it's not necessarily for blackmail, but because it makes clients or customers.
I feel like this guy's a midwit, but he's trying to be a topwit, and everything that comes out of his mouth is just failing miserably and sounds horrific.
Or VIP people happy. If you're
it wasn't young girls being trafficked in the Middle East, it was little boys. I mean, we can hypothesize, but do you have any proof for those claims? What's that practice that they like? Some of them like to do. Starts with a B. They like dress little boys up and then like twerk on them. Bachabazi, yes.
A 70-year-old billionaire. You can't.
It's a pederastic practice in Afghanistan and historical Turkestan.
Walk into a bar and leave aside the underage thing. You can't walk into a bar, and meet an 18-year-old who's, I presume, these things are.
Oh, you guys didn't know about that? That's just another truth nuke for you? Yeah. I don't even think I can read this out loud.
facilitated at private parties. And it needs to, for a lot of these guys, it has to be discreet. They've got wives, they've got reputations. I worked at a New York law firm, and there's
As a Marine vet, I talked to a lot of guys who went to Iraq and Afghanistan, and 100% of them confirmed that the Middle Eastern guys had boy sex slaves, and the troops were told to ignore it and shut up. I've heard that as well. Not personally, but anecdotally. I have heard some personal stories that are also, flying over a mountain. What is that guy doing? Oh, he's a farmer? He's just oh, my. Yeah, you might not want to look at that.
There's ways that you can make partner. At least this was kind of the vibe that I felt like. Some people make partner because they're really good technically at what they do. There's some people who make partner because they know they brought in one client who's just a really big rainmaker. And there's some people who move up because they open doors to partners while they're associates. They introduce them to someone, and the partners just
so what is he saying? That Jeffrey Epstein was just a pimp? Like, what the fuck?
Being around that person because they get access to that person in a currency that they can't get on their own. And that includes hosting, cool, exotic parties.
Yo, stop glazing him.
Having, attractive women.
Every time this guy says juice and deals in the same sentence, I physically cringe.
Just tried to juice the deals.
Mental gymnastics from Mike Benz to distract from what's really going on is crazy. We're in the middle of one of the biggest political cover-ups in history, with millions of documents detailing some of the most heinous crimes imaginable, and Rogan invites a former State Department hack on the show to lay it all out for us. This guy's sitting there saying shit like cool exotic parties with attractive women who are used as a currency to keep them happy so they can juice the deal.
So human trafficking. Like, what else is that?
And Slow Joe's sitting there squinting his eyes while...
It's like Joe Rogan is listening to a diet version of himself in physiognomy, and it's just like, what the fuck? See, I don't think Joe Rogan buys this. I just think he's letting that guy expose himself. A lot of people, insert that they know what Joe Rogan is thinking. But I think he's just downloading all this information, being like, yo, are you good? Slow Joe, bro.
Nodding his oversized shiny head. Could this seriously get any worse? The guy who built an empire off the back of being this free-thinking spirit who is beholden to nobody is now clearly afraid
Now listen, I don't think it's all pedophilia and underage SA. I think that is a rather limited view and scope of the situation. I do think it was a component of it. I do think there probably were legal girls and women of age
to ask any questions that could implicate his billionaire buddies.
Dude, I'm starting to think this is it's obvious. It's a multi-leg blackmail honeypot operation involving tax evasion, money washing, arms dealing, prostitution, statecraft, shaping politics. And Epstein was essentially a broker between all these different powerful elite people. He was the common nucleus. And that's why he had so much leverage.
Take a look at how he decides to wrap up the episode with Greg Fitzsimmons as soon as Jamie pulls up an article about Peter Thiel's Palantir.
Palantir app ICE uses to find neighborhoods to raid. Yeah, so it is Palantir, at least for that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's called Gotham, no? Isn't that the name of the program within Palantir?
Article he had, it was blocked by a paywall. I was trying.
Donald Barr was one of the first CIA agents ever, technically, so this has been going on since the advent of intelligence in the U.S. Yeah, so Donald Barr was member of the OSS, or Office of Strategic Services, and he was the one who hired Jeffrey Epstein at the Dalton School for his first job. Coincidence? I don't know. It's just kind of weird.
Nuts.
Joe
All right,
Rogan
Gregory.
experience can't afford to pay for. Is
we
this
don't.
it? We're wrapping it up?
Let's wrap this bitch up.
No.
It's 4 o'clock.
Can I name some dates?
Fuck yeah.
If it was just a one-off, then I wouldn't have noticed. But after that episode with Theo Von, where Rogan was gaslighting Theo and trying to convince him that he was overthinking things, while Theo was clearly having an existential crisis and clearly calling out for help, all of this is suspicious. Whenever someone brings up
Epstein is a British asset, what makes you say that? I mean, certainly there's overlap between CIA, MI6, and Mossad, but to call him blatantly British, it's...
Palantir or Peter Thiel,
Robert Maxwell was a British asset. He was not entirely British. They refer to him as a triple agent, and that there's actually records of the Foreign Office being like, yo, I'm pretty sure Maxwell's just like playing us all. He was all over. That's what I'm saying. Alex Jones might actually have the most comprehensive answer to this exact question. And that at the top level, you don't like belong to one agency. You exist outside of that bureaucracy, and you're just an intelligence asset.
Joe will quickly change the subject or move things along. It's now clearer than ever whose side he's on. And that extends to the Epstein files. If you thought the mental gymnastics in that previous clip was bad, wait until you see these clowns trying to convince themselves that trafficking is just part of doing business.
So he was basically an intelligence asset contractor. Yes. That's my opinion. That's a great way to put it.
As
he was a fucking consultant for that's literally it.
As long as it's not kids.
That's a very specific illicit desire.
Where was Maxwell buried? That's where his real allegiance was. The Mount of Olives in Israel. Now, I don't know if that's because they wanted to claim him as theirs or if that's where his true allegiance was. But yeah. They might have also, they maybe killed him as well. That would also make sense. They kill him and then they fly him to Israel and bury him. And they're like, oh, he was just like, he has done more for the state of Israel than today can be said. That's a quote, by the way.
To want underage people.
Well,
how do you even find out that someone's in?
Do I think Ghislaine will get a deal and released from prison? Also, do you think she's an asset too, or just along for the ride? Yo, great question. Some people may not know this, but they always paint Ghislaine as like a victim too. Bro, her father was a fucking super spy, media mogul magnate, hundreds of millions of dollars, had immense power in Britain, and then actually began to influence the U.S. as well with his McGraw-Hill merger because of his textbook company and shit. Ghislaine Maxwell knew exactly what she was doing. In fact, I wouldn't even put it past her to say that Epstein probably worked for Ghislaine.
Into that.
Well, I don't think that the majority or anything close to it of the women were, barely legal, so to speak. But and I know that there were cases of underage, but I think
most of it was just
of it was just very, very young, but not like
20-year-old
not
girls,
like 13
18-year-old girls.
Type thing. Many of the clients are like in countries that don't necessarily have the same norms about that that we do. You can very easily see someone getting involved in that.
I saw her 10-hour prison footage, and she did not seem in control or confident. I haven't seen it.
Just because girls juice deals. I do think that girls juice deals.
Had
and
me rethinking. Meanwhile, Epstein seemed calm and unconcerned. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know if he was just literally a sociopath, but we do clock here at Third Eye Global that Jeffrey Epstein always seems unbothered and somewhat bored. Like, he never gets angry. He never gets scared. If anything, he just chuckles, laughs, smiles. Even when they asked him about his egg-shaped penis, he cracked a smile. He was a psychopath, not a sociopath. Like, I don't know if bro ascended above human emotion itself, but he always seemed dangerously in control, like everything was always going to work out.
He had the coolest parties on a private island with the hottest girls.
Also brought in a lot of intellectuals, stimulating conversation, scientists, all these very interesting...
In a leaked audio at a dinner, Epstein said lying is a biological advantage. He looked frustrated during his depositions when they asked him about Trump on video.
People, so that was part of the thing, right?
Try hosting...
He doesn't work for Israel. Israel works for him. Yeah, that's the frame that I'm interested in and I think is more correct.
A cool party as a guy with a bad ratio, so to speak.
What is this, a fucking high school party, bro?
Sausage party.
With a sausage party, you become an important person to know in the network because basically every male has a desire for attractive women, not saying underage, obviously, but that is like a universal biological...
Israel is just a proxy of the British and the U.S. I mean, if you look into the formation of Israel, the Rothschilds, what's that? Was it the Balfour Agreement? Declaration of 1917? Oh, we're noticing. Oh, we're realizing. Lord Rothschild.
Desire for men to want to be around attractive women.
And what was the Jewish occult group that we learned about yesterday? B'nai B'rith. It was the predecessor to the ADL. Similar to the Mega Group, although the Mega Group was more of like a think tank. B'nai B'rith International is an American nonprofit Jewish service organization and was formerly a cultural association for German Jewish immigrants to the United States. It is committed to the security and continuity of the Jewish people in the state of Israel and combating anti-Semitism and other forms of bigotry. So this is where the ADL came from. And Courtney Webb speaks about this in her books and traces some high, powerful elites to B'nai B'rith.
What did they do for gay guys?
I have no idea.
So if you look at notable members, Sigmund Freud, Alan Dershowitz, who was a member of Jeffrey Epstein's defense team and helped him negotiate a 2006 non-prosecution agreement on Epstein's behalf. Yep. In April 2019, Epstein victim Virginia Giuffre filed a federal civil defamation lawsuit against Dershowitz in New York. It was dismissed and no fees were awarded to either side. And Giuffre is now dead, I believe. The sweetheart deal was in 2008. Epstein pled guilty to a state charge of procuring for prostitution for a girl under age 18 and was sentenced to 18 months in prison. But with this, he was given, what is it? The thing where you're allowed to like work, so he could leave the prison and just work at his office and then check back in. And he was also considered a tier 1 sexual predator, which is not even, like, I was going to say not that bad, but it goes up, meaning that, like, tier 3 is, like, the super serious predator. Tier 1 is, basically what I'm saying is, this deal, which should have never happened, granted him a level of immunity by slapping him on the wrist with a tier 1 charge. It was a work release program.
Again, the whole point is he's throwing these very attractive, cool parties to get all these people together.
But that's what juices deals.
Right.
I swear, if this
That's what juices deals.
guy says girls juice deals one more time, I'm going to throw
Everyone knows that girls juice deals, bro.
up. It's like he was given a list of approved words to repeat on this episode. And the thing is, I cut this down into shorter clips for you guys. In the full episode, he rambles on and on for ages about these cool parties and using the
Seems like bro just wanted to be invited.
hottest girls as a currency. While I was sitting here editing this video, I stopped and thought to myself, what is he trying to achieve by saying all
You
of
only get buried at the Mount of Olives if you're bigly part of the cause.
this shit? Like, it's such a weird hill to die on. Imagine hosting cool parties.
I mean, yeah. It's just a shame, bro, because the amount of information we have at Third Eye Global, we've been following this with our fingers on the pulse. Like, I almost don't want people to watch this video and get as tapped in as we are, because that's how ahead we are. If we look at Robert Maxwell's burial circumstances, remember, this is Ghislaine's father. Jan Ludwig Heimann Benjamin Hack, a.k.a. Robert Maxwell. This is where he was buried. The official ruling at an inquest held in December 1991 was a death by heart attack combined with accidental drowning. Yep. Although 3 pathologists had been unable to agree on the cause of his death at the inquest. Murder was ruled out by the judge, and in fact, so was suicide. Maxwell was afforded a lavish funeral in Israel, attended by Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir, Israeli President Shem Herzog, at least 6 serving and former heads of Israeli intelligence, and many dignitaries and politicians, both government and opposition, and was buried on the Mount of Olives in Jerusalem. Herzog delivered the eulogy, and the Kaddish was recited by his friend and longtime attorney Samuel Pissar. British Prime Minister John Major said Maxwell had given him valuable insights into the situation in the Soviet Union during the attempted coup of 1991. He was a, quote, great character, Major added. A zest for life who attracted controversy, envy, and loyalty in great measure throughout his rumbustious life. Maxwell had become increasingly paranoid about his own employees and had the offices of those he suspected of disloyalty bugged so that he could hear their conversations. I'm pretty sure this was wiped. Because there was a quote saying that he has done more for the state of Israel than can today be discussed. Robert Maxwell done more for the state of Israel than can today be discussed. This is going to freak me out now because I remember that word for word. Is there a quote that said Robert Maxwell has done more for the state of Israel than can today be discussed during his burial? I remember seeing this quote, but it no longer conveniently exists. Here we go. Yes, you're remembering a real quote attributed to the Israeli leaders at the time of Robert Maxwell's burial in 1991, although it gets paraphrased or slightly misremembered online. At his funeral on Jerusalem's Mount of Olives, which was attended by Israel's top political figures, a eulogy was delivered that included a line along the lines of, "He has done more for Israel than can today be said." This was made by Yitzhak Shamir during his eulogy and has been reported in multiple sources about the funeral proceedings. The Times of Israel. Is the Times of Israel based in Israel, or is this a PSYOP too? Okay. We're getting it right from the source.
With no chicks. Bro, we're talking about a trafficking ring involving children. They're not cool parties, they're fucking crime scenes. Trying to normalize this whole thing is such a wild thing to do. And you can tell by how awkwardly he's sitting there spewing out all this bullshit that he doesn't even believe it himself. He looks super nervous and anxious as he recites these talking points. Bro looks like he's being held hostage. It became so obvious the more he went on that he clearly had an agenda. Listen to him explain how it had nothing to do with blackmail, and it was just a way for Epstein to help powerful men get deals done that people had previously turned down.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Good thing I checked. Dude. I never forget information. It may be locked away in some folder, some filing cabinet in the back, but it never leaves my brain.
Them to do it. And Jeffrey Epstein, you know, for the past 3 years of their lives has been the best weekend they've ever had. Has, has made them feel alive again in the...
Dude, you can't say that.
Or, mid-50s or 60s. I'm afraid that if I say no to Jeffrey Epstein on this deal, I'm not going to get an invite to the next party.
What fucking deal, bro? What are these elusive deals you're talking about?
I'm not going to be able to get laid again with, a girl that women I find attractive, or that, yada, yada. And Epstein hooks those up. It's because it's juiced by the girls, the parties, the lifestyle that Epstein allows you to have access to.
But in the public eye, the narrative is underage girls. And this is the thing that makes it so...
That's what I like about you, Philly. You're fast to make correlations and see patterns. Appreciate you, bro. Just got the third eyesight right here.
Disgusting. When people talk about it, everyone says kids on the island. This is the big conspiracy about it, and this is the reason why people are so outraged about it.
My concern with the runaway train on that, it's a massive manhunt for something that it may be true. To me, it's a needle in the haystack. It might be true. Good luck looking for it. When I think about it logically, with the role that Epstein played between BCC,
how are you going to call it a needle in the haystack? Juiced up deals.
Iran-Contra, Latin American.
You definitely seem locked in when you're in investigation mode. So true. I mean, that's what my passion is. I just like investigating. I like acquiring knowledge and information. I like the truth. I'm hungry for it.
Politics, African.
I'm addicted to locking in.
Politics, Asian politics, major, world foundations. It would seem
The problem is, that's not all I'm good at, though. Because I'm the modern day Renaissance man.
Chris, to me, that Epstein doesn't mean it's impossible. But logistically, if Epstein ever directly threatened someone, proactively and really, really do someone in like that, and word gets around that happens, everything he built goes, the whole Rolodex finds out. And then even if the rumor's not, even if that rumor isn't, even if he didn't, if that rumor existed, people aren't going to want to go to the parties because now that's not like an unfettered good time.
What is that analysis? Well, if he was mean to one of his friends, then they wouldn't come back to the Diddy Island. Yeah, I have a video in 4K of you doing some heinous shit. So you're going to do exactly what I tell you forever.
That is like, oh, he did this to this guy I know.
Calling it a needle in a haystack tells you everything you need to know about this guy. It's just a bunch of dudes having a good time with young, underage people of age who are barely legal women.
Yeah, which one is it? Are they barely legal? Are they of age? Are they women? Are they girls? Are they children?
And just having a good time and helping to juice deals and keep them happy at some cool exotic party. You know, just a bunch of old dudes blowing off some steam. And if there was...
It's kind of disgusting when you think about it, to even frame it as such.
There's some kids there. Oh, well, good luck proving it. It's a needle in a haystack, right? I mean, it's not like we have millions of pages of evidence that proves exactly that.
My thing about all this is like, oh wait, this dude was good at helping you cheat on your taxes, whatever. He had something about that.
What the fuck, dude? He didn't have clients. He wasn't an accountant.
Second of all, he probably
juice or Jews the deals. Or both, juicing the Jews. There's a lot of Jews involved with Epstein. Lot of Jews. There's almost too many Jews around Epstein to ignore.
He went, oh, wait, nerds want to get laid and they cheat on their wives, no matter how rich and powerful they are. Here's a plane and a island.
Yeah,
so
but what about all the young kids?
It sounds like he was he was a pimp to nerds.
What about the young kid, though?
He had a penchant for like 14, 15,
and so did some other very famous.
Well, there's a lot of emails. Like there's emails saying really enjoyed that the 9-year-old, was it 9-year-old Brazilian?
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's
wait,
massages on kids and shit.
Wait.
Yeah.
Where'd that
They
come
said
in?
really enjoyed the young one today.
Who said that?
Yeah.
It's
all in the files.
There's some 9-year-olds.
It do be in the files. I am not a robot. Yes, I'm over 18. Brazilian 9. Brazilian 9. U9. U9 Red Pizza Party. Fabulous, thanks. Yes, that is fine. Can't wait. Hi, Ben. Great game today. Wanted to check and see if you might be available for a pizza party next Saturday after the friendly Darien game we are having. It's been difficult trying to find a time that most people are available to participate, but it seems next Sat is the best for most. Please let me know. What's a Darien game? Really enjoyed the Brazilian. Where is... Can someone at the DOJ do their fucking job? Dude, Brazilian doesn't come up. Yeah, it does. Never mind. 9-year-old. Why does 9-year-old come up 67 times?
Yeah, there's even younger.
Who moved to US? Hold on.
I'll go to chat after this.
Hey, she was 14, guys. Can you get the right?
Oh no, this is just one
that's
example.
dude, there's
this is just one.
so many.
Yeah.
Brian,
And
goes,
I
dude,
mean-
come on, she was 14. What
to-
is your take today? What the is going on? Woody Allen, and now you defend Epstein?
Woody Allen's a very different story. Woody Allen's totally different.
It's weird you're dating your stepdaughter.
It's still legal.
Let's just pause for a minute and appreciate exactly what's going on here in the latest episode of The Fighter and the Kid. We've got Brian Callen, a 60-year-old washed-up comedian.
New Brazilian arrived. All right, let's see if this is real. New Brazilian arrived. Is anything real? I'm getting psyoped in real time. I don't trust anyone. I don't trust anything.
With allegations leveled against him by multiple women going back over 20 years, sitting on a podcast that nobody watches, identifying with Epstein and his buddies. So this is Brian's hot take on the Epstein situation. That
I misspelled Brazilian. Yo, I'm gonna crash out. Brazilian. Cute. Jesus Christ. It's deleted. Is that what you're telling me?
He has everyone calling him out on, yeah, maybe there were some kids involved. That sucks, but for the most part, it sounded like just a bunch of middle-aged rich guys hanging out with kids. Hang on, what? This is one of those times where someone's literally telling you who they are, and all you've got to do is believe them. Since when were 16 and 17-year-old girls not classified as kids? Brian's like, yeah, but this kind of stuff has always been...
Found it. New Brazilian just arrived, sexy and cute. Equals 9YO. From blank to G vacation. The equal sign in the email is the result of an export error. In 3 exports, it says 19-year-old. Only in 1, it says 9-year-old. Well, I'm glad we got to the bottom of this. See, this is what's dangerous about the Epstein files. You literally don't know what's real and what's fake. Now, this is part of the data set. This is the true email. Nothing is real besides Israel. There's still no active investigation
going on. So what's the big deal?
One time I get it. One time they'd probably get me.
But when you go back,
when you're when like Bill Gates and Bill Clinton, when you're there 20 times, like but
here, hey,
buddy,
hey,
Dude,
can I give you a just?
There's a hefty amount of people who are trying to hang out with them. Post.
Yeah, my question is, back then, is it possible they didn't know that he had been?
That's what Elon Musk is trying to say.
Yeah.
What else would they say?
But what would you say?
We're just
Whoop, you got me.
But my problem with this whole argument is, you're talking about some of the most powerful, smart people in the world. You think they're that naive?
Glaze.
They all go to this island, just nobody knew.
Oh, I think
just
that,
everyone's
I think none
like,
of them,
"What's this?"
Oh, I think none of them would be dumb enough to be with a fucking pedophile.
Dude, you know what happened.
So watch this. If you're Bill Gates, the highest profile person, Bill Clinton,
he was with,
and you know that a guy who did time as a has a party, would you go anywhere near that motherfucker?
I think Bill Clinton would.
That guy would.
Talking about the guy gets sucked in the Oval Office. Think the guy's.
This one is kind of crazy. All right, let me copy and paste that. Justice.gov/Epstein/ page not found.
His morals? You think that guy's looking into it?
I don't think he has morals. I'm saying.
I don't think he gives a fuck. And there's no social media.
From a
Dude,
purely
you know now from
he would go.
All right, I'm going to let Brian Callen, Joe Rogan, and Mike Benz in on a little secret. It's not that they didn't know about what was going on at the island and at Palm Beach and in New York. It's not that they didn't know. It's because they knew what was going on. That's why they kept on going back for more. I can't believe these guys are sitting there and acting all confused as to why all these elites would want to hang out with Jeffrey Epstein after...
Dude, I'm convinced all these people commenting on it are clueless. They're not equipped to deal with this amount of information. They fall for every single psyop, left, right, down, center. It's too much. They get one-shotted by the social media algorithm from people posting in Africa and West Asia and the Middle East, and then they just run with it. They don't do their due diligence. Here at Third Eye Global, I mean, we're fact-checking in real time. We're providing contextual information, the likes of which have never been seen before.
He got busted back in 2008 and was registered as an offender. That is precisely why they hung out with him. They liked it and they wanted more, so they kept going back. It wasn't about cool, exotic parties with the hottest women. It was about Epstein enabling them to do all the dirty shit they were too afraid to organize for themselves. But Brian really takes it to a whole new level here. See, Rogan is clearly compromised and running D for his buddies. He's the #1 podcast.
Some people have been able to remove the redactions by modifying the PDFs because the Justice Department is retarded. I don't even know if that'll do anything though, because it's chud o'clock and nothing is happening.
In the world, he's got a massive reach and influence. He's got to make sure he doesn't ask too many of the right questions to embarrass them. Brian Callen doesn't have any of those problems. He's just a creepy dumbass who has strong opinions about things he knows almost nothing about. Seriously, listen to how uninformed he is about the whole situation after ranting for an hour about it like he's some sort of expert.
This is my problem with all this shit. Like, this is my problem with everything. There's a 3 million...
What's your problem with it?
...page dump. I don't know what the was some crazy person saying something.
It's meant to be that way. It's meant to be that way.
That's a fair point.
I mean...
Just throwing shit.
I don't know where to look.
Yeah, so this is what they want. So it's like these smoke screens, right? They want all this.
That's how I feel.
So then the public goes, I don't know what the fuck.
I've asked so many people.
And Trump goes, right?
Yeah.
I told you there's nothing there. Like...
What is this one? I don't know if cream cheese and baby are on the same level. There are millions of babies, very little good vegetable cream cheese. Any good bagel place has it. Yeah, I'm going to be real. It is odd. But Jewish dudes talking about bagels and schmear, that doesn't surprise me.
Where do we start?
Well, Kash Patel with his...
But that's because I'm a New Yorker.
And bug eyes lying under oath saying that there's nothing in there about underage kids is crazy.
I don't know what's up with that. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
but I think all of it's to cause confusion. So then eventually the public goes, all right, there's some people that this is their jam. They will go through it.
CoffeeZilla's been doing...
It'll come out months later, but they will go
on what's like the top...
He's good. We need to get him on. I want to hear his take on this.
Yeah, CoffeeZilla needs to go on The Fighter and the Kid. Yeah.
He's saying about it.
Well, he had a whole 20-minute long video about all the actual things that are verified. He's great at independent journalism.
He's really good.
CoffeeZilla.
I'm sure he would love to go on The Fighter and the Kid. Yo, are these pit stains? Do you see this? Holy fucking buckets. This is the crossover we need in the Big 2-6.
Is really close to us.
Does he?
Want to hit him up?
on,
San
man.
Antonio's close.
Yeah. Let's get him on.
That guy.
Bro, what? They're just like doxing his ass.
No, that guy knows his shit.
Yeah, I want to hear what he has to say about this.
And my dad, watching Fox News all day, hears nothing about this
He
shit.
just goes YouTube, though. That's how he makes a living.
Yeah.
He has like 20 million views on this.
That pause right there is poetic. 2 days ago, CoffeeZilla posted a 37-minute video detailing some of the worst allegations from the files, which now has 4.5 million views. 5 days ago, he had a 16-minute video that has over 6 million views. And Brian Callen sitting there saying, I'd love to hear what he thinks about all of this. We should get him on the show. Why in the fuck would CoffeeZilla go on The Fighter and the Kid, a show that gets 30 to 40,000 views, to go over the same things he just explained in his own videos that have over 10 million views? That is peak delusion right there. And it tells you everything you need to know about how much effort Brian Callen puts into his hot takes. Meanwhile, Brendan Schaub and that other guy, whoever he is, are sitting there trying to explain to Callen that he can just go over and watch CoffeeZilla's videos on YouTube. This is what really frustrates me about this. Guys like Rogan and Callen do zero research and jump on their podcast to offer their views on a situation they know almost nothing about. And Rogan could
I just don't know who's even listening to this absolute diarrhea anymore. Like, it's got to be like 4 dudes on their way to jiu-jitsu that are 3 weeks behind the news cycle.
have easily gotten CoffeeZilla on JRE this week to go through all the details, but instead we get Mike Benz telling us he hasn't seen any evidence that there were children involved. These guys are openly defending the worst kind of people. They're making it out as if they've got it all figured out, and anyone who's asking questions is being unreasonable and overly skeptical. You know, borderline conspiracy theory territory. And these guys are supposedly the funniest comedians alive. We've got comedians telling...
It's sad. It's a sad state of affairs.
Us now that Epstein was really just more of the same. Nothing new here. It doesn't affect you anyway, so just carry on.
I don't want the comedy C team weighing in on Epstein drama. It's too much. It's way too highbrow.
The moment the conversation gets anywhere near their own social class,
they can't comprehend it.
Billionaires and elites, suddenly everything turns foggy. And it's all just so casual. Rogan is happy to spend 3 hours passionately dissecting cancel culture or some cultural war bullshit. But when it comes to the most documented trafficking scandal in modern history, he simply...
No, you know what? They're not even considered comedy anymore. They're just like a class of wandering Bedouin podcasters. They will slowly fade into irrelevancy.
He thinks it's crazy and nuts. This is where it all clicks for me, because once you notice this pattern, you cannot unsee it. Every single time the conversation drifts towards people with real money and real power and
fucking semi-nomadic grifters. 69ing each other on their own podcasts. Synergistically.
Influence the energy.
Hey, you go on my podcast this week, I go on your podcast next week. Hey, oh, we got a nice podcast network.
He completely dies. Rogan's curiosity disappears. Suddenly it's all, I don't know, man, it's complicated. There's a lot of noise. We don't have all the facts. And then on his next podcast, he'll tell Jamie to pull up a fake video and try to convince all of us that it's real. And if it's not real, you know, it could be real, right? It's almost like they think Epstein is a thought experiment, like he's some sort of metaphor instead of a trafficker.
I need to be juicing deals. That's what I got to be doing. I'm in the wrong line of work. No, not like that. What's wrong with you? Quirk Chungus. Quirk Changus. Milady. Holy buckets. What do you guys want to get into next?
One other thing before we get into the show. I have been called out again by the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. Today, in an interview, he formally condemned me. And once again, he's trying to convince me to eat shit. I don't know what to say at this point. I don't want your shit.
No, there is no tomorrow, chat. What do you guys want to get into next? What do you want to get into next? I'm a slot machine, man. Holy buckets. Fitness slop, dude. Dude. I can't do it. I can't do it. What do you want me to cover? Who? Scotty K? Who? Why do all of you want me to watch this Scotty K guy? Who the fuck is Scotty K? Where? This guy?
No.
So say somebody like said you look like a gay guy, and then you doxed him his
You. Thank you for the 279. Davon Lorat.
Job, his address, and his...
Dude, this shit is pee-pee poo-poo to me. This shit is pee-pee poo-poo to me.
Comment?
And I get it. Sometimes we gotta laugh at some pee-pee poo-poo.
It's all bullshit deflection.
I just don't know who this guy is. I can't even see his mouth. Your beard's weird. Eminem speaks of this. Your beard's weird. Why you yelling at the mic? Shut the fuck up. I was watching 8 Mile on my Nauta track. Oops, I forgot to call you back. That's an awfully hot coffee pot.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday, and more importantly, happy commie takeover. We even have
The new $15 Charlie Kirk. That's not real. Stop. That's not real. Ni hao, ma. Is that Chinese or Japanese or Korean? Ni hao. Is that Chinese? Ni hao, ma.
So this guy thinks the TV is watching him.
Hey, man, y'all.
So this guy thinks the TV is...
Yo, if somebody doesn't fix my goddamn YouTube, I'm gonna freak out.
Is watching him.
Hey, man, y'all.
Does your YouTube ever stutter and just like freeze? I'm on a 5090. This shit can power a nuclear reactor.
Don't get rid of TVs, man.
It's a burn-in. Is he that wrong?
Because he saw the pussy scar.
Practice for Chinese. You are the blue line. Here. No that is blue. I can't speak Chinese here.
I thought there'd be a compilation of him doing a Chinese accent. But there's not. Let's hear some accents. What accent you want me to do? Holy buckets.
Yeah! You're my girl's type! Holy...
Could you imagine the retard that consumes this slop?
They cooked with this...
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Like, there's an entire group of people that I think less of.
Okay. Oh, shit. It's very tall. Wait, can you, like, put your arms up
Holy BBL, Batman.
to make sure, like...
Holy shit. Did you guys see the stomach, though?
Scouse? Yo, I fucking love SD Kid, bro. You guys listen to SD Kid? Holy shit. This shit got me moving different. Yeah, the people who watch Jubilee. 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 Like, what is this, bro? What is this? Wise man, Professor Hot. Is that an actual video?
Their language even is more like a computer. It's like a gobbledygook chink computer, but it sounds like a, you know, megabits and flip-flop language.
Oh, I've heard this. The flip-flop language.
What the fuck are you saying, dude?
David Icke? Yeah, isn't that the lizard guy? Can somebody David Icke pill me, bro?
In the wake of the Jimmy Savile revelations, the mainstream media started taking a bit more interest in these things. And a guy called Steve Masham was interviewed on the Newsnight BBC Current Affairs show. And
did he win a lawsuit? What happened?
It was
I don't know who David Icke is.
Circulating.
All I know is he came out with like the fucking reptile race theory.
I remember it. It was circulated during the evening that in this interview, Newsnight was going to name a famous guy who was accused of pedophilia. Well, I watched that interview.
He also thinks the color blue is protective or some shit. So he's an esoteric schizoid. The BBC. The BBC. That's the BBC. That's you can't be walking around with that, bro. Can't be walking around talking about the BBC like that.
Bill Gates breaks his silence.
The BBC. The BBC network. The BBC. Bill Gates responds, "I've never had sex with Russian models." You are gay. You are gay. You are Microsoft. Joe, what's next? What do you want to watch next, bro? Holy buckets, Batman. Holy fucking buckets. I'm jorking it.
Hey, Danny, I know you just got done the workout, but you want to try this?
Yeah, okay. Okay.
I'm now Indian. I'm now an Indian man. A network of BBCs is crazy and a little sus. It's very sus. It's very sus. How are you going to have a network of BBCs? The pregnant man emoji is literally Bill Gates. Yes.
This is Jeffrey Edward Epstein, a man who has touched so many lives that former and current presidents of the United States, multi-billionaires and former A-list stars all seem to replicate his egg-shaped grind set. We'll be looking at whether Dexter Morgan, the infamous Bay Harbor butcher, could take out some of the most popular, influential and wealthy clients of Jeffrey Epstein. The first client we're...
What's his middle name? I forget. Is it Edward? Yeah, Jeffrey Edward Epstein. G vacation, bruh. Is Epstein alive? Is Epstein alive?
More gang, the Epstein files is still raging on. Everybody's still talking about it.
This guy's got some interesting frames.
And one of the craziest rumors that's been going around is that the idea that Epstein might actually still...
Chat. Should I use a better camera, or do you like the fucking semi-shitty camera that I'm using? Should I whip out the DSLR? Should I whip out the mirrorless? This guy's looking pretty sharp. Look, it's too good, right? I'm crisp. I feel like this works. I feel like Jeffrey Edward Epstein. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Bitrate is where it's at. That's right. We actually want a shittier camera. All right, bet. All right. I feel like it's fine. It does the job. It does the fucking job. It does the fucking job, mate.
Sorry, guys. I didn't know.
So, Jeff, you're telling us you got banned because you called somebody a nigger? And now we can't play?
Nothing personal, Diddy. Big Island Boy 69 is still your homie, my name.
At least you could have called me, and we could have gotten banned together.
Wait, guys, I still got the PC. We should play the new game that just came out.
Dude, this is demonic. This should not be allowed to be created. This should not be allowed to be created, bro.
Where did the fox go, Diddy?
This should not be allowed, bro. Chad, is this AI? Is this fucking AI, dude?
This has been an exceptionally cold, extended period.
That's my city right here, New York.
Periods. That wind chill right now is 4 below.
Gone is the covering of fluffy white powder, replaced by the sludge right there.
New York City.
It's real. Happened just like that.
One of the most beautiful cities in the world. A city that's beauty is only intensified by snowfall.
That shit looks fire. That shit looks clean.
See when the skies are blue.
That's kind of awesome. But few show what the city looks like after a snowstorm. This video, this is about the scum that covers the whole city every time.
Is he wearing Chanel gloves?
This is about the scum that...
Oh, Cheval. I was about to say.
Covers the whole city every time after it snows.
Dude, this shit's gross.
Everybody, especially on social media, loves to talk about how beautiful snow is in the city.
Yeah.
But no one talks about what happens after the snow stops falling.
It's horrendous. It is disgusting, and it gets dirty.
It's just like fucking rotting ice, dude.
And accumulates every bit of
1400 France type vibes.
Yellow and filth in the city.
And all the dogs pee on it. The homeless people poop on it. It's fucking gross.
That is poop.
Yo, ew. Why are you... I don't need to see this.
Green, perhaps vomit.
I never saw a taxi driver.
Dog pee. This is dog pee. Dog pee. Pee.
No, that was me. I've just been marking my territory.
More pee. That's pee right there.
You know, unfortunately, as a New Yorker, you get immune to this stuff, but it's not ideal. Yeah, you see a lot of it everywhere. You know what I mean? Imagine you got beautiful City Hall right here, and you got the garbage about 100 feet away.
poop ice.
The city and sanitation workers have been doing an excellent job getting the snow off the streets, but it's an exercise in futility. We're supposed to get more snow this weekend.
What a beautiful city.
This guy's just gonna wait till spring to get his car out. So much garbage. So much garbage.
Roughly once every 2 to 3 winters, based on long.
It's like outside of my office. But that guy.
The city is not inherently attractive to me, although it does mog other cities because it's New York. It has history, it has culture, it has fine dining, it has unique vibes, it has the best of the best, and it has the worst of the worst. There's an electricity in the air that I can't really describe unless you've been there and or live there.
Is waving.
Every other city feels like shit compared to it.
How you doing? Okay. This is outside of my office. When I look out the window,
it literally has everything in the world at your fingertips.
Trash. I don't mind this.
But I wouldn't live there. I would not live there.
Even with like the dog pee everywhere and the dog poop everywhere and the garbage and the snow and the ice all mixing together, it just makes the city like a little harder to live in. I don't mind this because, like, what is it? The hotter the fire, the harder the steel. Like, when spring hits, this whole city celebrates. And I think you have to put up with this to appreciate it when it's warm and great.
All right, well, that was nice. Fucking poopsicles.
We never want to have to arrest someone.
I want to be a part of it.
That looks fun as fuck.
New York.
And there goes my monetization. And there goes my monetization. See what else is happening in Epstein. Epstein. Dude, I don't like the full window. Do you guys like the full window? I hate the full. It makes me feel constricted. I like the minimized window. And then when I watch something, I'll open it up. I like to freeball my windows.
So they're trying to figure out who is possibly pursuing this case. The minor.
New York, New York.
Maybe Jeffrey Epstein is still alive. In the Epstein files, there's a receipt from YouTube where his username is LittlestJeff1. Hello, LittlestJeff1. Wait,
What do you mean, no money?
LittlestJeff1. There was a charge in May 2019, but he died in August. Wait, Chapter 5, Season 1? Wait, that was recent. Epstein's Fortnite account is active in Israel?
Littlest Jeff. Oh, because of the Frank Sinatra song, New York, New York. It's probably gonna get fucking. I was making a little silly joke. Making a little silly joke.
We already know all their names. We know they were all on the plane. They tell us both cameras were off and both gods left through suicide watch. Bullshit, they were at the same place at the same time. They've all been accused.
I'm smirking it.
Same crimes, all their names are on the same list. But that's just a coincidence. They all have to flash their gang signs. Different families of one small tribe. All of them really love the number 6, but that's just another coincidence. Bullshit. They all say the same thing at the same.
See, it just gets so schizo, you know, like numerology, and like Lee lines and fucking just like the mark of the beast. You lose me. You lose me. You just lose me. Do I want to get really crazy? Not really. Not really. How crazy do you want me to be?
Ben Shapiro, he made a video called The Grammys versus Ice, but he didn't title it Epstein. And in this section of the video, he touches on Epstein a bit. But other than that, if you go to Ben Shapiro's channel, he has not made one video recently about the files in the title. See, Bitcoin, transgenderism, a funny senator, Democrats. But here is the only time he talked about Epstein. Let's see.
Now, why is any of this really important? Well, I mean, it is important because when you have all the cultural tastemakers who are all pushing the same politics, that is likely to seep out into the broader culture. And sometimes that can...
It must feel like shit just like consuming Daily Wire content and knowing that you're like just so behind, bro. You're just not locked in. Like you're not on the cutting edge of information flow. You're not at the source.
Go viral and turn into...
Facts don't care about your feelings.
A brain worm that sort of eats the American body politic. You saw this, for example, with the trans issue, pushed by every cultural arbiter.
Yo, I might have to make myself bigger here. You know, I'm over here making myself small. I feel like I actually need to... I'm getting frame mogged right now. Should I be bigger? Like, should I react like this? I feel like this is just way better. I'm getting screen mogged. Bigger? Like that. I need to get Microsoft right now. Dude, I can't. I can't get Microsoft. Never. Chat. What are we going to watch? Is that it? Or did we finish it for the week? Did we finish it for the week? Do we move on? Do we move on till next week? We're done? Are we done here? Chat, is that all? Is that all there is to watch and slop? GG's. Check X. Okay. Let me check. This is the shit I get. God damn it, chat. Holy fuck. That's all I got on X.
Imagine being 18 years old and being told that in 10 years, you're the one that has to plan the 10-year high school reunion. That was me. Welcome to my life, dude. That was 10 years ago. The reunion's in...
Why nothing is an event anymore? It's too happy. It's too happy for me. It's too happy. It's not dark enough. It's not dark enough. It's not dark enough. Hiding handsome Squidward under the sea.
This I recreated an ancient Greek statue, but put Squidward's face on it from SpongeBob, then flew to Greece and brought it to the Mediterranean Sea and put it at the bottom of the ocean for future archaeologists to find and be confused by. So the original discus thrower statue is
Dude, my boy Kesh Patel, he's on it like vomit, dude.
lost to history. No one knows what happened to it. We only know about it through the Roman replicas.
Is this like not considered polluting? Like I feel like you can't drop Giga Chad Squidward at the bottom of the Mediterranean.
That survived, and the original statue is thought to be lost somewhere in the Athenian Empire around 1500 years ago. If it was found, it would be between $100 and $500 million. So what I did was I took a picture of myself, then found a picture of a student ID from my local university and photoshopped my face on it and my name, signing nobody, and said that I was an art student. Then I went and took that Photoshop file and I printed it out on my ID printer and made a fake student ID. Then I went to the local university bookstore and picked up a bunch of student apparel. I'm 31 years old.
Yo.
But I thought I could sneak onto campus and find a chemical oceanography professor to ask them what would happen if I dropped a sculpture to the bottom of the ocean.
Wrong building. You know, if this is the ocean science building, no, go down east. Wrong building again.
I feel like that's highly illegal.
That building. I think I found a way in.
Yeah, I'm a student here.
I need to find the professor's lab. Hi, are you Professor? Hi, I had a question I was hoping you could maybe help me with. I'm not in one of your classes.
What are the things that I need to be thinking about? Is bronze, is it gonna like leach heavy metals into the ocean?
It's mostly copper. Copper is in principle toxic in really high concentrations. Toxic in really high concentrations. Okay, here's the calculation. And I will dissolve 100 kilograms on the This says 1 times 10 minus 1 times 10 minus 4. That's a million micro. I wouldn't bat 2 eyes.
This has got to be fake. This has got to be just like hammed up. He's got to have sent an email or some shit. You can't. I mean, you can just do things, but.
You dropping a hunk of bronze on the ocean floor somewhere from like an environmental perspective, but my follow-up to that is that I wouldn't want someone in a court of law. Of course, yeah.
So after I got the approval of the scientist, I found a public domain 3D model online of the discus thrower and also of Squidward, and then I attached the two and put a fig leaf over his manhood. Then I modeled up a base for the sculpture to stand on. Ran into an issue though where I need to figure out a way to attach the head and the neck seamlessly.
How much is it to fucking like cast a statue?
So I hired a 3D modeler named Haptish, and he was able to join the geometry. The next step was to figure out a way to actually make this thing real from a digital file, and for this I needed to find a foundry, and foundries are the people that make sculptures like this out of molten bronze. So I found a foundry in the US, but they quoted me $71,000. So I went online and I found this woman named Echo Fan who said that she worked for a foundry in China called Sintuo Sculpture Company. She said instead of $71,000, she could do it for $4,000. And then she convinced me, since it was so affordable, I should really buy two, and I should put one underwater and put one above ground. And then she was like, well, I mean, you're still saving a lot of money, so why don't you also buy 230 small guys? And I was like,
I didn't know Jesus had a YouTube channel. You talking about me, bro? You talking about me, brother? Are you calling me messianic with it?
Idea. And then she was like, well, shipping's $8,300, so why don't you just send me $24,956? And Sintuo in Chinese translates to trust, and so I sent them around 25 grand, and then I didn't hear anything from them. But then a bit later, I got these videos, and they also sent me the videos of the small guys being made, and so then I had the above ground sculpture and the small guys shipped to my studio in
This is what YouTube was made for.
US. At this point, I needed to figure out where I was going to actually install the underwater one in Greece, but I had no idea where I was going to do that, and I just knew that I wanted it to be somewhere within the old Athenian Empire where the original discus thrower was lost, but I didn't know anyone in Greece, so I just reached out to people on my Instagram and said, does anyone live in Greece and own a boat and want to help me with an art project? And eventually a Greek insider reached out to me and said that I could ship the underwater sculpture from China to his apartment in Greece, and he would help install. So Natty, who's my studio hand, and I flew from the US to Greece, and
This is the most retarded video I've ever seen in my entire life.
Prayed that the sculpture would be there. And it was, so we unwrapped
Am I the guy who came back from the dead hanging from a cross? That would be fucking sick. Because, like, traditionally Jesus is buried and then he, like, the tomb opens up. But imagine if, like, he was on the cross and just fucking, like, he, like, ripped his hands out of the fucking nails and then just slowly levitated downwards. That would have been insane.
And looked at it and it looked great, but the one issue was we couldn't move it. It was super heavy. let's see if we can get those lifting straps underneath it and see if you and I can
I've been told I kind of look like him.
lift it. So we got these furniture moving lifting straps that were each rated to 1,000 pounds, and with those we were able to still not move it. It was still too heavy.
Dude, look at the cheeks on that thing.
We could only move it like a foot. So we got a liftgate truck. Then we drove it through the tight streets.
You're good on this side.
And then went back and picked up the sculpture with a forklift.
Yeah, this is like weaponized boredom.
And then we tied the sculpture down so that it wouldn't move during transport.
Yeah, this is real art.
For the next part, we need to figure out how we were actually going to install this thing in the ocean. And so we picked up a bunch of these floating boat ball things, and we filled them up with air at a Greek tire shop, and then we got a air mattress. Then I hopped in the back. Then after driving for an hour, we arrived at the install location beach, which the Greek insider had told us about, but we ran into an issue, which is there were witnesses at the beach. But we looked at their license plates, and one was from Romania, one was from Ukraine, and the last one was from Poland, and so we thought it wasn't super likely the police showed up, but then 10 minutes later, the cops did show up. But then they just rolled down their window, and I nodded at them, and then they nodded back, and then they left, so...
They understood the assignment.
I don't know what that was about. We quickly unloaded the sculpture in case they came back. But even with 4 of us, we weren't really able to lift it because it kept trying to tip over on us. And it was made worse by the fact that between us, we had 1 pair of flip-flops, 1 pair of sandals, and 2 Crocs. So
like this is how you fucking lose, dude. This is how you become 9-toed.
Just tried desperately to lift it up without crushing our feet underneath this 500-pound Squidward sculpture. And with 4 of us and our hands...
I mean, if there's enough of you doing an activity, I feel like you don't get questioned.
On the sculpture.
Like the police are like, what are you doing? It's like, what do you mean, what are we doing? We're busy. Yes.
Sculpture balancing it, we were just able to lift it a couple inches off the ground and slowly move it down the beach. And then we moved it into the water. Then we went back and grabbed all the flotation.
Dude, it looks like it belongs there.
Devices and attached it to
that
the
shit looks hard as fuck, dude.
Back of the sculpture. And while this was happening, the Greek insider was going and grabbing a boat for us. And so then we pushed over the sculpture and slowly lowered it down on top of the air mattress.
How illegal is this?
Then we were able to swim the sculpture out to the boat, and then I hopped on top of the air mattress and tied a rope around it, and then we attached the rope to the boat so that we could drag it behind the boat to the final install location. But we ran into a problem, which was once we cut the rope, we were pretty sure that it was going to flip on its side, and we needed to figure out some way of having it land upright. But at this point, other boats were starting to arrive and sort of see what we were doing, and we just started having to move really fast. And so I swam down to check the depth, and then we just abandoned all hope and plan. I think we just started cutting. And just started cutting ropes randomly and praying that it would land upright.
Up. Yo, it did. Whoosh.
Perfect. It felt perfect.
And then just by absolute sheer luck, it ended up landing right side up. Yeah. And then after it was down there, we swam down and picked up all the straps and little pieces of stuff that had fallen. For how deep it is, I'm not totally sure. I think maybe 25, 30 feet, something.
Yeah, Poseidon hated that, dude. Poseidon's gonna fucking smite this guy now.
Like that. And the exact location is officially a secret because we get permission from anyone to do this. But if you're an avid geoguesser, then you're welcome to try to find it. And with Squidward safely at the bottom of the Mediterranean Sea for future archaeologists to find and be confused by, we flew home and took delivery of the second sculpture, the above ground version of it. And we stuck it on a pallet rack and pushed it down the middle of the road past the very chill cop. And then we brought it to a photo studio about a quarter mile up the road from my art studio. And the way this is all working is the second above ground sculpture will be auctioned off on my website for $4,001. And I've also got these miniature versions as well if you want a small Squidward in your house. And what we're doing for these is we're just doing a limited time release. So for 2 weeks, they'll be available. Then after that, they'll be gone forever. So if you want one of those, go pick them up.
I should buy one.
On my website. The last thing we did here was we laser engraved all the people from the foundry, their name, and my name's Honey Nobody, and Natty's name. And yeah, that's the whole project. Thanks for watching.
Shit. What the fuck? This guy has... Where'd he get $25,000 from? Just to do that. He doesn't... That was his second YouTube video.
This I made hundreds of these Amazon-themed delivery missiles and proposing that Amazon adopt a new delivery method instead of overnight delivery, which is slow. They could do...
That's very high effort trolling. That's thick. You hear that? That's fucking pure meat right there, dude. Stop jorking with the resub. Huge. I don't know what to watch. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be fucking honest. I'm gonna be for real. I'm gonna be real for a sec. I'm gonna be real for real. It might be snack time. It might be snack time. I had lunch, but it might be snack time. You know what I mean? Bust out the apple juice, the animal crackers. Chat, I'm gonna go get a drink. BRB. BRB chat. Smaev box jump. I could box jump pretty high. I haven't tested it in a long time though. I used to get... Like, you can't be doing this in a commercial gym. You can't be that guy. Like, you gotta do this after hours. I'm older than this dude, by the way. He's hopping in Israel, bro. I don't know. Is that high? Does he have hops? I can't tell. Yeah, he's kind of getting up there. Is he? Kiwi. Dude, he doesn't even shave the head. He just embraces the Norwood. I forget this guy's 22. Let me get my snack. Yo, let me get my snack. Let me get my my snacky. Yo. We're fucking back, boys. We're fucking back. Chad, I have a question for Moglogs. I got a question for Moglogs. So the label is pretty much almost done, which means the literal like packaging. I realize it doesn't say technically what it is because it's inferred because it's a giant meat stick. Do you think it needs to say, like, because obviously in the ingredients list it tells you what it is. It's grass-fed beef stick. But do you think it needs to say, like, 100% USA grass-fed beef stick? Or it's just inferred? Like, on the website it could have that, but... Philion fat? Bro, I'm fucking enormous. I don't know what you're talking about. It needs to say it outright. Yeah, but I'm not selling it in stores yet. So, like, you're not going to buy it without knowing what it is because you're going to buy it online. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. No, it doesn't cost more, no. It's just we're talking real estate on the packaging. Keep it simple, stupid. Yeah, that's the plan, Stan. Here, I'll tell you what it says. It has the slogan, Eat Real Protein. It has the name of the product, massive. It has the flavor, which is original. It has the protein and calories. Then it has the nutritional facts panel and the ingredients and the net weight. So by looking at it and then, like, I don't know. I'm just running out of space here. I guess I could fit it in. I guess I could fit it in. I need to. Oh, this. You think I'm gonna be like everyone else, bro? You think I'm gonna be like everyone else? Come on now. Come on now. Everything I touch is different. Everything I touch is different. Well, they're individually wrapped, but you're not going to be able to purchase just one. It'll be in a pack. It will be in a pack. On the ingredients, it will say grass-fed, but it's just, I'm talking real estate on the literal. It's hard to describe without showing you, chat. Goobas. I might get 2 goobas. I might get 3 goobas.
Oh, shit, they got goobas here? Yo, I love these goobas, yo. Hey, yo, I love goobas. Hey, I love these goobas. I love the goobas, man. Hey, I'm gonna get some goobas. Hey, man, I'm gonna get some of these goobas right here. I might get 2 goobas. I might get 3 goobas. I might get 4 goobas. I might get 5 goobas.
Yo, they got Clark.
Oh, my. Yo, I love me some Clark. Hey, man, I love this Clark. Hey, man, I love this Clark. You got real milk chocolate, peanut butter crunch, and a Clark. Oh, they got soft. Oh, man. You know I got to have my great ocean.
Can I release a skincare called Motion Lotion? Dude, that's a fire idea.
Pink salmon.
Yeah.
I don't have any money.
I might get 2 goobas. I might get 3 goobas.
Dude, nothing ever happens. The nothing ever happens, Chud. I want to kill him. Every time I see, like, whenever anything happens, I think of his face. Whenever anything in the world starts to happen, I see his face in my mind's eye. And it's like, no.
I really hate 4chan style artwork. Like, it's so bad. And that's what makes it, like, good. I just hate it.
No.
I'm goobing right now, bro.
Oh, no!
Have I seen the Chinese Penguin Zero yet? No.
Not again! Every time you're thinking he will be defeated, it's like, finally. Every time something happens, you're like, finally. You're gonna die. You know, this nothing ever happens, Chud. We'll fucking lose. And every time, he's undefeated. Every time. The arc of history is long, but it bends towards the nothing ever happens, Chud. You think maybe it'll happen just this once.
The Chinese penguins. Nah, let's see it.
Yeah, Archive sent this to me. So apparently a big thing on Bilibili has been taking YouTube videos and
Ni hao ma.
AI generating a Chinese translation for Bilibili. So they've been doing that.
Am I on Bilibili? Is there a Chinese Philion?
For me recently.
了一个挺酷的 alpha 男性，我想和你们分享一些他的智慧。万一你们谁恰好是
Now, believe it or not,
恰好是
I did not learn how to speak Chinese. This is not actually
That's
me
fucking hilarious.
saying those things. That's AI. And based on the one comment I can read without having an account, this guy liked it. So man, I'll start learning Chinese. There's a whole new market
Chat, can you see if I'm on Bilibili?
out there. This was the alpha video, so even the alpha's
这个弱
dubbed
小又不
in
懂什么是
Chinese.
真正男人的傻瓜呢？
软弱的男人每隔15到20分钟就往厕所跑，他们会有点紧张，他们得去拉屎，他们得去撒尿。当你走进公共厕所，看到一个男的正在拉屎。
But is it accurate?
I'm not going on the Chinese platform. You need to go there for me.
have no fucking clue if it's accurate or not. I have no idea. Not just a robot voice either, it sounds like you. Yeah, the AI dubs are getting really good. They're getting very good. You're going to sue them. Are you kidding me, man? Do you know nothing about copyright law in China? I would get nowhere. What the fuck? Even if I wanted to. Fight AI with AI. Use ChatGPT to translate to Chinese yourself. What I didn't check is if this whole channel is just my videos in Chinese. Let me see. No, it's a wide array of content, it seems. Is that Jeffrey Epstein? Yeah, these channels are called movers. Is that right? That's the
对
terminology.
不起，就没再用过拉臭臭这种词了。我是拉屎，我就是这么干的。也许这家伙一直在那里用屁股放些没响声的小屁，所以他才管那叫拉臭臭。但一个真正的男人可不是那样的。而且，到底
Dude, what's that Chinese rap song that goes so hard? Dude, this is the best song ever made. This is part of Third Eye Global Core. Chai, you've heard the song, right? Chat, this is how I'm trying to move, bro. I need more aura.
我们这被老仔脖子上喜欢挂玉牌，香炉供台上摆，长大才开白黄牌。虔诚拜三拜，钱包里面多几百。一的是六合彩，男的是等合牌。来财，来，来财，来，来财，来，来财，来，哎，中指力滚力，对应好运八方来，散了才能聚，你不出手，说。
I don't even think this is the one. I don't even think this is the song. Where is it? This one. This one. This one. This is this one. This one. This one. Chat, you've heard this one.
Yep. What up, Jack?
老天保佑，金山银山前路有。老天教唆别管江湖龙虎斗。老天叮嘱这辈子我三不丢。老天就怕346雷中打球。耶，哎，魑魅魍魉总出现在秋收后。算账，魑魅魍魉总出现在秋收后。
Chat, you've never seen this in like a meme edit? Leonardo Saint, thank you for becoming a member, bro.
老天让我一棍铲除啮齿类天数，第二棍附魔我打穿对家楼。因果，因果，因果。老天让放下屠刀，但这是他的因果，因果，因果。该不该放屠刀？如果放，角落潜伏恶鬼纷纷。
This shit has been on all the memes for the past year. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
如果提心中恶念超过300话没办法停，要还债兵来将挡，因为我是个耐飞天，手腕上五路财神。
The lyrics are actually like pretty cool.
虚空战挡一切，海面刮大浪，要不要求算账？我不是尬，我需要平衡阴阳，看懂这因果业障，看懂这因果业障。世界上条条框框，就好像打牌记账，迟早会到你头上。谁不想打翻身仗？谁不想打翻身仗？总有人在卖着惨，总有人想利用善，殊不知天在看，祸根找上门。你把爱拿来。
Where is it?
金钱看，一阴一阳之谓道，仔细。
Yeah, this guy is just the guy. He's just the guy, bro.
东来，明码标价的那些物，非黑即白。若上颁奖台，切莫张灯结彩。
I think I'm gonna learn Chinese. I think I'm just gonna learn Chinese, bro.
我在北京。老天保佑，金山银山。
They got the slowed and reverb version.
老天教唆别管江湖龙虎。老天保佑，金山银山前路有。老天教唆别管江湖龙虎。老天保佑，金山银山前路有。
Dude, this might be the funniest picture ever.
我在北京。
This might be the funniest picture ever made, bro. Why is Giga chatting people just fucking hilarious? Oh, shit gets me good. That shit gets me good. I don't know what the fuck this is. Chat, I'm scared, bro. Chat, what the fuck?
outside, but when your privilege ends,
Chat.
when there's nothing left to eat, why do you think you'll be treated differently by those who
No, I'm the predator. I'm the predator. I'm not prey. I'm not meat. I'm not the victim. I am the apex.
Get out of your small world.
That was demonic. I'm a wolf in sheep's clothing. What the fuck was that? Genuinely frightening recommendation to see on my page. It's great.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I definitely did.
Yo.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I definitely did the kielbasa that way. Fuck yeah, baby. Hell yeah. Get thumbs up on that one. Definitely.
Yo, Fazio Vlog. Thanks for coming to member, bro. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I definitely did the kielbasa that way. Fuck yeah, baby.
The U-turn glizzy, bro.
Hell yeah. Get thumbs up on that one. Definitely.
Definitely. Holy fuck. 1,800-mile roller dog with a U-turn.
Hell yeah. I definitely did the kielbasa that way. Fuck yeah, baby.
He said, I'll definitely eat the kielbasa that way, bro.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I definitely did the kielbasa that way. Fuck yeah, baby. Hell yeah. Give a thumbs up on that one. Definitely.
Holy fuck. Dave the trucker. Oh, fuck. Where is he, bro? Oh, it's Rob. It's fucking Rob. Hell yeah.
How you doing, young man?
How you doing?
I need a carton and 5 on diesel.
5 on the diesel. All right, got a carton. I'm gonna get that carton from the back. You 5 on the diesel.
5 on diesel.
That big rigs, $5.
Mm-hmm.
$5. All right.
Dude, he fucking hit that. Mm-hmm.
It's $5.
Mm-hmm.
$5. All right. I know a guy that gets 5 too.
All right.
Yeah, where you trying to get next pump?
Maybe.
Wait, you mean $5 or $500?
500.
Oh, 500.
500.
My bad.
I need 500 on diesel, because 5 won't even get me out of your parking lot.
Heard that, but do you need any DEF?
I don't need that picture, no, I don't need no DEF. I just need diesel.
He's in a glider truck. Well, how you gonna
Chat, you know what a glider truck is? It's a new truck with the old engine.
put diesel in a truck without DEF?
Because I got a glider truck.
Well, I got a magic carpet.
Nice, good.
Mm-hmm.
For doing 1,800 miles in a night. Jack Links.
Jack Links. Gotta have Jack Links. Some gummy bears, some kitty, some Emmy.
This is the trucker diet right here.
That's right, baby.
You want a pickle in a pouch?
I got a pickle in the pouch already. Yeah, we even go with some of that. I'll run you out of the truck. And we'll do some peanut butter crackers. No roller dogs.
Dude, there's something about the American fucking Western dress code of the blue jeans with the knife, the fucking utility, the boots, The European mind cannot comprehend this.
This. I'll run you out of the truck. Then we'll do some peanut butter crackers. No roller dogs.
They done sold out.
For doing it with the fucking USA flag belt buckle.
Need a pack of Marlboro Red.
Rob? Well, how you doing, brother? I ain't seen you in ages.
No, it's been a while.
It's about time you come my neck of the woods.
Yeah.
I know I seen that truck. I pulled in here. I seen that Chucky. What'd you do with the fridge? DOT took it?
They said they had to keep their bologna sandwiches cold.
No, they want to take care of themselves before they take care of the drivers, don't they? Mm-hmm. How many miles you at right now?
1,875.
1,875?
And I ain't done yet today.
You need death?
Hell no.
You don't need no death?
I don't burn that crap.
I drive a sissy truck, so give me some high def.
What the fuck is DEF? DEF. He's calling it pig urine, but what is it?
Give me some def. Put his ticket on me.
What's DOT? Department of Transportation?
I ain't seen him in ages. I heard they got good pot of gold
Diesel exhaust fluid, absolute scam.
machines around.
Hell no, brother.
Oh, that was a big hot dog. Oh, damn it, baby. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. That's a dog from hell. Fuck you. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah, baby.
That's a dog from hell, dude.
Oh, damn it, baby. Oh, damn it, baby. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. That's a dog from hell. Fuck you. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah, baby.
He doesn't even fucking know that it's an AI hot dog, bro.
Oh, damn it, baby. Oh, damn it, baby.
He's just fucking grunting.
Baby. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. That's a dog from hell. Fuck you. That's what I'm talking about.
What the dude? I could watch this all fucking day. Holy shit.
What, no bun? What the hell? You're supposed to have bun with that motherfucker.
You are supposed to have a bun with that motherfucker. You are. Oh, roller dogs?
Damn, that's a big hot dog. Foot long. Damn, that's a big hot dog. Foot long. Yeah, buddy. Load her up. Cheese. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah. Bring on the chili. That's some runny chili. It'll be a little bit thicker. Stick to the dog. Oh, yeah, baby. I'll put the onion on, some coleslaw. Oh, yeah, mustard. Onion. Hell yeah. Bacon bits. Okay.
He's like 90% cigarette.
Doritos? Yeah, maybe. Absolutely. Now, where's the coleslaw? Definitely, that's a roller dog and a half, baby.
Holy fuck. I did not.
That's just nasty. Yeah, I know. I don't like Vienna sausages that well. Smell everything to smell like it. Yeah, fuck no. Nasty.
Dude, this guy's brain's gonna explode.
Christian.Clement wants to know the craziest story. Christian.Clement wants to know the craziest story about the black dog.
I was doing a run from Norfolk, Nebraska, down to El Paso, Texas. Had to be there.
How are you supposed to eat that sludge? Hell yeah, brother.
I'd been
just shoot it down.
Up well over 13 hours.
I don't know about the black dog. What's the black dog?
Almost going into 14 hours straight driving, which on paper logbooks back then you could do.
Is a black dog like a trucker mystery? Like a fucking cryptid?
That I was
Yeah, it's a myth. Like the Jersey Devil?
Or out. I'd been drinking Mountain Dew, taking no-dos, and my body said, no, it's time for you to shut.
Christian.Clement wants to know.
The black dog.
Hi, Rob. What's up?
Oh, shit. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, baby. Hell yeah, baby. Get it. Come on. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Get it, baby.
How do you become this guy, dude? Hell yeah. No, that voice is not natty. That shit is molded by cigarette after cigarette.
In that cache of material,
I don't know if I could watch this for an extended period of time because YouTube will probably give me shit for it because it's Tucker Carlson, but let's try.
Is a lot of tantalizing information. There's also a lot of stuff that's maybe not true. There's some stuff that seems kind of fantastical, and it's all there together. And you could ask yourself, well, why is that? Could this be? Would you mind just giving a recap, a basic recap of what this Pizzagate theory was and what we actually know about that story?
Yeah, it's another one of those stories that was distorted by the apparent cover-up, or at least distorted by the media's response to it, which was very much a straw man style response, in that these emails get dumped online full of everything that was in John Podesta.
This is Ian Carroll. He's like a very conspiracy-minded internet dude, and people seem to take him seriously. He does do a lot of research. It's just, I don't know. He's like a couple standard deviations way too far for me.
Podesta's life, and John Podesta is a very powerful and connected man. And there was lots of stuff in those emails that was overtly concerning, politically concerning, geopolitically concerning. But people on the internet then started to notice these strange pizza messages, messages about, $40,000 worth of hot dogs or something like that being flown to DC for parties. Things that are just like, wait a minute. You think about it for just a moment and you realize that does not make sense. And overt references to children too. Like these kids ages like 7, 8, and 9, or I forget the exact ages, will be in the pool and it'll be heated and they will be there for, it's like, wait, what are we talking about? So people started to dig into
1 level above Candace Owens, 2 below Alex Jones.
What these weird emails were. And then they started to dig into the fact that there's certain pizza places referenced a lot, places where these people are going and hosting parties. They start to notice that this one pizza place in particular, Comet Ping Pong, which was a pizza place right in the heart of DC that was run by a very...
It was called Comet Ping Pong?
Politically connected DC...
I thought it was called...
Insider, boyfriend to the founder or owner of Media Matters. A bunch of strange coincidences. They start to notice all these strange...
I thought that was just code, because you're not supposed to say it.
Coincidences around this pizza shop. And they notice that the Instagram of this pizza shop is full of very disturbing images of children. Things like children taped to tables. Things like commenters talking about rape and sexual abuse. Things like comments about...
I truly don't know Pizzagate, to be honest.
Hill rooms and just so much
I don't these are my plot holes. I don't know Pizzagate and I don't know Q.
Disturbing imagery on a public Instagram account for a public pizza place that has photos of like Obama having pizza at it, that in these emails Podesta is talking about going and having lunch at this pizza place with all these very high level political people. And it started to get very strange. And so Pizzagate itself spiraled out into a lot of questions and concerns and genuine investigation. But then it got distorted by the media response, which felt a lot like an immune response to a dangerous virus. And the media response then packaged up all of these very legitimate questions that never got answered. And it repackaged it as these crazy people on the internet think that Hillary Clinton personally is running. She's the top. She's the head of a satanic pedophile cabal. And it's the whole thing is being run out of the basement of this pizza place. That
is QAnon and Pizzagate related or no?
You see like the absurdity of the sort of wrapper they put around this, which no one was claiming that. No one was claiming that Hillary was running it. No one was claiming that it was all out of the basement of this pizza. They were
they're cousins.
Just asking a lot of questions about very legitimate, strange things. And then a very weird event happened where as the media is running this big kind of smear campaign on these questions, a guy conveniently walks into that pizza place with an AR gun and shoots the place up, doesn't hit anybody, but manages to shoot a bullet straight through the hard drive that's in the back room somehow, and gets arrested by police very publicly. They have a big photo shoot, and he gives a couple of sound bites as they're hauling him off. That
who's John Podesta? Is that the guy that shot it? Or is that the owner?
Are something to the effect of, I was so convinced that it was all real and that it was all here and it's just not, or something. And so it's like, wow, that is sure convenient that
the owner is James Alefantis.
Good thing that Hillary Clinton's not personally running a giant satanic pedophile ring out of the basement of this pizzeria, which no one was alleging. And that was sort of became the wrap-up smear.
Who's Podesta?
As you know, Nancy Pelosi has described to us.
Podesta was a former White House chief of staff.
In the past, how a wrap-up smear works, where you wrap a problematic narrative up in.
But how is Podesta related to Pizzagate?
A false representation of it. And
allegedly.
And then you have something crazy happen, dangerous, crazy, objectionable.
See, like, I'm already fucking lost in this. Like, what is being alleged? That this pizza place was a torture dungeon for children?
Happen around that. So then you can look at it and say, that's dangerous. These conspiracy theories are dangerous. And anyone that engages in these conspiracy theories is dangerous. So we can censor them all off the internet because it's been debunked. Don't pay attention to the fact that the guy that owns the pizza place that has the images of children on their Instagram is the boyfriend of the guy that runs Media Matters, who is one of the primary debunkers of these things. So those are the sorts of weird things that happened around the breaking of Pizzagate, and no one ever got any answers. No,
I did a video on this. I'm pretty sure. No, I didn't. Trust me, I would know.
No one in government ever took it seriously. And all those emails are still out there floating. They're harder to find these days, but they're still out there. And the Instagram accounts were.
It's a procurement place? What do you mean procurement place?
They were preserved in various formats online, archived. So you can still find a lot of the evidence, but it's a lot harder to verify now because you do make a great point about the current email release that a lot of bullshit gets mixed in and a lot of stuff of questionable veracity gets mixed in. And so you have to be very careful about sourcing it all, especially.
It was a common meeting place for politicians involved in a child essay ring. A lot of big names involved. But why would they use a pizza shop? Why not just like their house? Why not just
10 years down the line with something like Pizzagate? But
may I ask, do you know if it's true? And I believe it is, but so the man you just referred to who shot up Comet Pizza in Washington, which by the way,
why do they call it ping pong?
Like very close to my house where I brought my children there because it was the pizza place in my neighborhood, which the whole thing is so weird. One of the reasons I didn't take it seriously, I was like, oh yeah, that's right. That's on Connecticut Avenue. It's
right.
Too close to it. But the guy who shot it up, who seemed a little bit off, right, was just shot to death last month, right before these emails were released by police in North Carolina who pulled him over apparently on suspicion that he was a fugitive of some kind.
I appreciate it. I don't think I want the archive. I don't think I want those sent to me.
I don't think that he was. They said he reached for a gun and 2 cops killed him. That guy, that same guy, was killed right before the document release. Is that true?
I heard the same reporting. Obviously, at this point, I don't really know what's true.
Do people call it Comet Ping Pong because as like an abbreviation for something sinister?
The world feels a little bit like the Matrix, but yes, I read the same reporting. And the new
Podesta was Hillary Clinton campaign chairman who used the pizza place for child trafficking, allegedly. Or is the literal restaurant name Comet Ping Pong? Is it Comet Pizza or Comet Ping Pong? What is the name of the establishment? It was Comet Pizza and Ping Pong.
nuance was not lost on me. But I don't know about you or anyone else, but I was in no way expecting to find pizza references in the Epstein files, even though I had dug deeply into the Pizzagate stuff. And
its literal name is Comet Ping Pong.
Even though we know that Jeffrey Epstein,
he had 2 pizza joints right next to each other.
Epstein is
why are they ruining my pizza, dude?
Human trafficker that is, trafficking in the same things that Pizzagate would allege gets pizza references. It just never, it never occurred. I wasn't expecting any pizza references. So it kind of blew my mind.
Comet Pong Pizza Ping.
And suddenly there's like 800 and something references to pizza in these emails. And especially you picked out some really, really great one, like obvious ones at the opener there, where, I mean, like pizza and grape soda is a very overt pairing that I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone actually like eat as a pairing.
So what does that mean?
Well, and also, I mean, these are people, well, first of all, in this exchange, apparently one guy's a physician and the other is Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. And these are health-obsessed people. These are people who talk about getting blood transfusions just to extend their lives. And I know as an actual pizza fan that...
Oh, is it like child blood? Is that what grape soda is?
Pizza is very unhealthy. I mean, it's been a lifelong struggle for me. Pizza,
like if pizza is child, what the fuck is grape soda?
And grape soda? Like these are the last things that people who care about their health eat. And
I don't know. I eat pizza all the time. I'm the healthiest man on earth.
These are, there's a whole class of people who are, well, vain for one thing.
Purple and grape drank. Yeah, like what the fuck?
But who are very focused on themselves and their physical health. And it just sort
the government know. What is that link, bro?
The signs are everywhere. Sometimes you just have to take a second look. Human trafficking is modern-day slavery.
Dude, why is it at the pizza shop? Why is it at the pizza shop, bro?
The signs are everywhere.
Dude, the comments are turned off. The comments are turned off, dude.
Sort of, I don't know. It's a lot for me to believe that the one thing that Epstein's friends and John Podesta's friends have in common is they both have a steady diet of pizza and grape soda. Like, I just don't believe it.
And not only do they have a steady diet of that, but they feel compelled to email each other about it with very weird verbiage. How many grown men email each other about getting pizza, or about how tasty the pizza was, or about how many slices you can slice a pizza up into, or how many people will be at the pizza party? Then there's another email in the current dump that is even, it stuck out to me because it has the word red hook in it, which at first I didn't have the context, and
Can we rename pizza to Chad bread? Chad bread?
Seems suspicious, the words red hook, where it was someone was emailing asking if another guy can go to Red Hook for a pizza meal later. And then in looking into it, it turns out that Red Hook is the address of where Jeffrey Epstein's Virgin Islands businesses are domiciled. It's on the marina where you would leave in the boat to get to his island. And so then it's almost weirder. Someone was emailing asking if another man can go to where Jeffrey Epstein's business is domiciled for a pizza meal at some. There's a lot of emails like that where people ask if they can use the apartment for a bit, or if we can go get pizza for a few hours or for 30 minutes. That's a Pizzagate reference as opposed to these emails. A lot of these times where they're using food language in ways that does not square with how food actually gets eaten or talked about ever.
Most security systems operate like old-fashioned cable internet. They're installed in one place, they're tied to one address, and if you move or your job moves, you got to start over. But that's not how other people do it. Construction sites, ranches. A lot of the people in these exchanges, or apparently in these exchanges, are still alive. Some of them are prominent people still, including apparently the doctor in this exchange. Do you know if anyone has just been asked in a straightforward way, what was this?
Not since Pizzagate, as far as I'm aware. I mean, to be fair, it's all a little new. We're still in the first week here, but no, I don't know of anyone being asked directly about any of these references or about any of the more overt stuff for that matter. The other, very rich and powerful people that are caught with their pants down, so to speak here. A couple of people have issued apologies. A couple of people have, resigned from positions, but it's entirely underwhelming, the official response.
Subject,
because
slicing a
it's
pizza.
one thing for someone like you or me, journalists, to go and ask questions, which is good and should be happening. But that's not what should be happening. What should be happening is law enforcement should be at their door knocking and asking.
Say Jeffrey Epstein just fucking loved pizza, okay? Maybe he just absolutely loved pizza. Let's be retarded about this, okay? The subject is slicing a pizza, and we don't know who it's to, but they say hilarious. And then it's to Ehud Barak. Funny, equivalent to people that feel that on leap year they get an extra day. So this could mean, sacrificing a child to Baal. That's one way to interpret it. Equivalent to people that feel that on leap year they get an extra day. So that would mean that, it's February. It's not a leap year. How do leap years work? Every 4 years there's a leap year, which means that we get an extra day in February. We get an extra day in February, right? We get February 29th because it's a leap year. So we get an extra day. Funny, equivalent to people that feel that on leap year they get an extra day. So maybe they're talking about a pizza and he's slicing it funny and he's cutting the pizza in half, extra. I don't know. He's making the pizza last extra long. No? What does this mean, chat? Maybe it was the trick with the extra pizza slice if you slice it right. That's what I'm thinking. Now, remember the talk of muffins? Do you guys remember the talk of muffins in the files? Apparently, Jeffrey Epstein literally just had a muffin recipe that he would have every day. Now, what I do see, what I envision could be a thing, right? You maybe, if I were running a blackmail operation, honeypot, super spy, fucking syndicate, I would cover my ass by having my muffin recipe around, my literal muffin recipe, but then I would also use muffin as a code word. So then I could conveniently be oh, no, that's I just like muffins. It's the Muffin Man. And maybe he does like pizza, but I think pizza is this is what we call double entendre, chat. You guys know about double entendre? Why would he cover anything up? He knew he was intel. Data leaks, I don't know. If I was a spy, I'm not going to, even if I'm talking to my fucking handler or whoever, I'm not going to double egg tundra. All right. All right. Hi, Jeffrey Edward Epstein. Thanks for sending Richard Johnson my way. I trust the words I shared with him are acceptable to you. If not, please let me know ASAP. I'm on the road. My cell is blank, 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 blank. If A-okay, then I hope you realize this recognition of all you do is many of us, in my opinion, overdue and well-deserved. Cheers, Mark. Was just reading to today that newborns will suck on a pacifier more vigorously if it triggers playback of a recording of his mother's voice rather than another woman's voice. Have you read David Brooks' Social Animal? Yeah, it's a weird one. But listen, he was into some weird shit.
These questions. Like, we should have institutions that are there asking these questions and many more. This is a particularly interesting and dark thread when you really unwind it. But there's obviously all the other threads of just like, hey, you went to the...
Dude, I am in fact in the files. Search my name. I'm in the files. Technically speaking, Philion is in the files.
The island. Hey, you said you never talked to him, but you did. So, and none of those questions are being asked. We're being told that it's all a Democrat hoax and that that Kash Patel would arrest someone if there was anyone to arrest. So it's very underwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, I always am suspicious of people who kind of jump ahead to things like arrest, conviction, incarceration, execution. Like, how about let's just start with an interview? And, I know a lot of people who've been interviewed by the FBI. I know hundreds of people who've been interviewed. Right. Well, exactly.
Tucker is always concerned.
But he
is never not concerned.
The context of a federal investigation.
What is going on?
It's not.
Well, that's why the Cumtown fucking Nick Mullins impression of Tucker just plays in my head every single time.
So what's the promo? The supply chain. Where's everything gone? Perhaps up a gay man's ass in California. Perhaps the governor of California is keeping all the supplies in his ass. Oh, wait, he can't because he's using it for gay sex.
That's pretty good, Tucker, honestly.
That's a solid Tucker.
Yeah. All you have to say is, what is going on?
Yeah.
What's happening here?
What's going on?
What's that?
What happened? What happened?
I love his concern.
Get your lips off my penis.
Yeah.
Stop rubbing your mustache on my balls.
I'm being bent over and fucked in my ass. What is going on?
What's going on?
What's going on?
Why is my asshole doing that? Why is it accepting it so readily?
When did this become sex?
When did this become the thing I dream about when I close my eyes at night?
Sex has changed a lot. You don't need a PhD to know that. 40 years ago, it involved a man putting his erect penis into a woman. But now, I'm getting bent over and fucked in my ass. What is going on?
What's happening? And why do I like it so much?
Yeah. What is happening?
Illegal aliens pouring across the border and into my ass.
Pouring across the border like cum is pouring out of my asshole after I've been cream pied.
The Democratic Party today announced that they think I'm cute. It's also, I mean, these guys all have the same voice. Anderson Cooper sounds basically
That's true.
the same.
That's true. Anderson's more blasé. He's more like a little bored.
He's got a little gay boredom to him.
Like gay boredom, yeah.
You have to impress
Mom.
me. You have to impress me. My mother was a Vanderbilt.
Conservatives are making the argument that gay sex has changed, but to me, it feels exactly the same.
I've been having it since I was 4. Since my uncle molested me. There's no way a rich fame like that doesn't molest.
And
The
now the E.
Vanderbilt?
Jean Carroll for the minute.
Feels good.
Anderson. She's just in the middle of a hurricane for some reason. Anderson, I'm live here in the Outer Banks. A stop sign just flew into my pussy.
It feels
What
good.
is going on?
Yeah. And would you say that Donald Trump sent the stop sign? Is it perhaps from Mar-a-Lago? I can't tell you, but if it did happen that way, I'm having a great time. I'm having a great time, a grand old time, Anderson. I wish you were here.
A great time.
I wish news was like this.
Anderson, you look cute enough to be my girlfriend. Where do you get your hair cut? Anderson, has anyone ever told you we look like identical twins?
Oh, fuck.
Men used to look like Santa. What happened?
You used to be able to sit on anyone's lap. And
Where
it would
did
feel
Santa
good.
go? AOC took a break from scolding people about communism and wearing a mask to wipe her pussy in a public restroom. A hidden GoPro captured AOC wiping her pussy without a mask on. Don't believe me? Just watch.
Don't believe me, just...
Oh, I just had to show you this. Now you can't look at Tucker without knowing that.
Crazy to call somebody. In fact, it's
What is going on?
And it happens every single day. Happened to like every relative of every J6 prisoner. Got called in, sat down. Can we come talk to you? I mean, that's not weird. That's the beginning.
He was spot on. I told you.
Of justice. That's the first step in finding out what happened, punishing the guilty, exonerating the innocent, is having these conversations in the context of a federal investigation, like an FBI interview. And I find it very strange that none of this has happened. And so when you see people
What is going on
television say, well, we don't have any evidence to indict someone, or, panel a grand jury, it's like, I don't know who talked about a grand jury. Why don't you just ask questions you're the FBI? And if they're not doing that, then you sort of wonder why. So let me so here's the bigger picture that
Tucker Carlson talks like he knows something. Well, we watched like the breakdown of Tucker Carlson a while ago, a couple months ago, like his rise to fame. He kind of played both sides, like on the come up. And he's not loyal to any like organization, which is kind of dangerous because you can't pin him down like ideologically. Holy fuck. I'm off the grape soda. Ideologically. His dad was in the CIA. And he is the heir, or at least estranged heir, to the Swanson frozen food empire.
you're qualified to provide and I'm not. The implication of this and a lot of other things in this file dump is that there are...
What is going on?
Basically religious rituals, sexual in nature. That's very common through history. There were temple prostitutes for a reason. There are rituals involving children underway in the United States and the West, rich and powerful people sexually abusing young people. That is very hard for a lot of people to believe or metabolize, but it feels like that's not totally crazy. Like that happens. Does that happen?
Guy on the right gives me Dexter Morgan vibes. Dude, don't do Dexter like that, bro.
I mean, absolutely. It's
don't do my boy Michael C. Hall like that, bro.
It's so dark that it's hard for average people, regular people that are just trying to live their lives to even approach it. And even imagine, like, you cannot put yourselves in the shoes of someone so depraved. And honestly, like, regular Americans can't even put themselves in the shoes of a millionaire, let alone a billionaire, because they're just trying to pay their bills and they can't, because the billionaires are, doing these billionaires at least are doing certain things that are messing everything up. But so it's so far removed from our regular experience that it's hard to understand and believe. But it is, I mean, there's been good evidence of elements of that in various kind of fringe investigations for a long time. And I don't say fringe to mean they're unreliable. I mean fringe to say that they just never get traction with the mainstream media for whatever reason.
Right.
But it's right there in these emails and in these files, and it's not entirely clear what all of it means, but there's
The idea of trying to explain the situation to my dad is just hilarious.
very overt references, there's covert references, and there's just mounting, because people are still digging through them. These are millions of files and no effective way to sort through them the way that the DOJ put them out. And so the evidence is mounting more and more that we have everything in these files from people that were turning.
No, I have those books. You guys can't see it, but here, I'll move my camera. Chaos, and then Whitney Webb's 2 books.
Blind eye, which is also reprehensible. People that were adjacent and complicit, people that were directly complicit, people that were straight up evil and disgusting.
My parents are pretty apolitical. They just, like, literally, they just care about, like, their kids, meaning me and my sister, and making sure we're good, and just, like, working, and just, like, yeah.
And then people that venture into the demonic or the truly depraved, and people that have been following this story have known for a long time that unfortunately that is that's always been a part of it, and we've had evidence that that's a part of it for a long time, and that's true of most all human trafficking networks. The people
good, yeah, good.
People that are doing human trafficking by their nature are some of the most depraved people on this planet, and it's an enormous industry, and it's not getting any.
Some would say that's the smart thing to do.
Smaller, and it's tragic that it takes something so overt as.
To be honest, though, like, even I myself, I'm not inherently political. Like, I'm really not. I was never interested in, like, the debate team or, like, politics or, like. It's just that I like investigating and knowing the truth. So it kind of coincides because politics is just a shit show. So, like, breaking it down and trying to get to the truth, trying to get to the bottom of what people are saying is fascinating to me.
You know, this massive blackmail ring apparently blowing up in the middle of the United States government and across the entire world.
Like, it's more of like, yeah, I'm fascinated in power structures. I'm fascinated by, like, government statecraft and, like, covert shit. Like, that's interesting.
And then trailing out in a, like, 10-year long cover-up almost.
Tucker's concerned face. Yeah. This is not a real face, bro.
7-year long cover-up for people to even, like, confront that this is happening. But it's definitely happening. Not everyone in the files is, you know, participating in ritualistic sacrifices or anything like that. Right. And there are fake things in the files.
Statecraft is the skillful management of state affairs. It's essentially just like world governance.
That are
AKA power structures.
Yes.
For whatever reason in there, like, for one example, one that went very viral, is there's an image in the files of a cutting board with chickens on it and, like, a black box censored out, but there's, like, a foot sticking out, and it's obviously a baby's foot. And the implication is that it's a cutting board with some chickens and, like, a baby, and they're going to carve it up and eat it. By my understanding, that is a fake image. I do, like, it's kind of hard to tell what's real and what's fake at this point, but there's stuff like that in there that's like, so there's just a lot.
Feet in chickens? What is going on?
There's a lot of really messed up stuff in there, but there's also a lot of people running away with a little tidbit for views or clicks or likes or whatever it is. And so it's really important that people pump the brakes, slow down, and go to the original source files and look for people that are citing their sources on the files that they're referencing. And when they make definitive claims, I
think it's fake. I think it's fake. I actually agree with Ian Carroll here, where it's like, it's frustrating digesting this shit because unless there's, like, a literal source of the fucking data set, you don't really you have no idea if it's true or not.
Show you the files that they're talking about, because a lot of people are making claims that are actually objectively untrue or are based on a small morsel that has been blown up into a whole meal of, great content, but not necessarily great journalism.
So most people don't wake up in the morning and decide to feel horrible, exhausted, foggy, disconnected from the free Epstein. And
talk about this story.
Was found murdered on the street in Washington in a so-called robbery where nothing was taken from him. That investigation was taken over by the FBI. What? Why? Participated in that. And I'll just name two of them. One is Bill Barr, who's the two-time attorney. Tucker, use the code Tucker. 50% off labs, 20% off supplements. Join Blokes. Get your edge back.
Where the fuck are these companies coming from? Joy and Blokes, dude?
I'm really almost overwhelmed by the cover-up of it and by the people I know who participated in that. And I'll just name two of them. One is Bill Barr, who's the two-time...
That's Donald Barr's son, who was the attorney general at the time when Epstein was in prison and died in prison.
Republican attorney general, whose father, by the way, started Jeffrey Epstein's career.
At the Dalton School.
His father, Donald Barr, was a former OSS CIA officer. In the files, I should also say that Jeffrey Epstein describes Bill Barr, the former AG, as, quote, CIA. Jeffrey Epstein privately says this guy's CIA. Father Donald Barr was a former OSS CIA officer. In the files, I should also say that Jeffrey Epstein described...
Would I take a sweetened blow sponsorship? 100%. I don't even know what that is. Is that the flavored blowjob shit? What is... You're going to make me look this up? Sweetened blow. What the fuck? It's going to make my wiener taste sweet.
Bill Barr, the former AG, as, quote, CIA. Jeffrey Epstein privately says this guy's CIA. Bill Barr covered up Epstein's murder. He was clearly murdered in federal detention. Barr said out loud, we got to make sure everyone thinks this is a suicide. So why isn't he being asked about this? And the second is Mike Pompeo. And Mike Pompeo was caught plotting to murder Julian Assange.
I gotta run this back. Lost my concentration thinking about sweetened blow.
As, quote, CIA. Jeffrey Epstein privately says this guy's CIA. Bill Barr covered up Epstein's murder. In the files, I should also say that Jeffrey Epstein describes Bill Barr, the former AG, as, quote, CIA. Jeffrey Epstein privately says this guy's CIA. Bill Barr covered up Epstein's murder. He was clearly murdered in federal detention. Barr said out loud, we got to make sure everyone thinks this is a suicide. So why isn't he being asked about this? And the second is Mike Pompeo. And Mike Pompeo was caught plotting to murder Julian Assange, the head of Wiki.
Chat, do you think it was suicide or do you think he got killed? Chat, no bullshit. Suicide or killed? S for suicide, killed with K. Okay, fine. A for alive. A for alive, killed for killed, S for suicide. Lot of alives, bro. Lot of alives, huh? Alive and playing Fortnite. Yeah, he's dropping tilted towers.
WikiLeaks. Why is this significant? Well, because it was WikiLeaks that made that first tranche of emails available to the public. And it was Julian Assange who said on camera, basically said, my source, he didn't...
Where is Julian Assange right now? Is he still in prison?
Say this. He didn't say my source, but he heavily suggested in an interview with Dutch television, my source was Seth Rich.
No, he's out now, huh?
Yep.
DNC staffer who was found murdered on the street in Washington in a so-called robbery where nothing was taken from him.
Have I seen the pics of Epstein in Israel? Yeah, I don't think that's a real picture, though.
That investigation was taken over by the FBI. What? Why? And Assange goes on Dutch television and says,
Julian Assange is now a free man in Australia, having returned home in June 2024 after a plea deal. Interesting. So Julian Assange was what? He was the founder of WikiLeaks, and he got what? Tried for treason or some shit? Was he a whistleblower? Do I think Monica Lewinsky was part of Mossad? That's an interesting question. I actually do. That's one of my more wild takes.
I can't see who my sources are, but they face great risks. You can pull up the interview right now and look at it. And then he points to Seth Rich and the interview.
How did Julian Assange get in control of all the, like, how did he accumulate all of the confidential shit? Did he created the website and people put it on there? So he had like a database? Like he just created the website, no? Got you.
He was like, wait, are you saying Seth Rich was murdered for this? And Assange was like, look, I can't tell you who my sources are, but my sources take
Monica Lewinsky.
Great risks. Seth Rich just got murdered. I mean, that couldn't be clearer, right? It was right.
I'm thinking of buying Bitcoin, dude. You're like a day late.
Right after that Julian Assange was incarcerated, first in an embassy in London and then in Belmarsh prison, never charged with a crime. And that was pushed by CIA and Mike Pompeo.
Oh, I got to listen to this Mike Pompeo shit. Hold on.
FBI, what? Robbery? Ian's camera basically said, my source, he didn't say, public WikiLeaks, that made that first tranche of emails available to the public. And it was Julian Assange who said on camera, basically said, my source, he didn't say this. He didn't say.
So is Julian Assange a giga? He sounds like a fucking giga, huh?
My source, but he heavily suggested in an interview with Dutch television, my source was Seth Rich. The DNC staffer who was found murdered on the street in Washington in a so-called robbery where nothing was taken from him. That investigation was taken over by the FBI. What? Why? And Assange goes on Dutch television and says, I can't see who my sources.
What's my thoughts on Little Bites and what's the best flavor? You talking about the Goy Slop fucking muffins? Dude, I grew up on those. I'll tell you what. I used to always get the chocolate chip Little Bite muffins. But then I went to my friend's house, and they had the brownie bite ones. And I was like, what the fuck? But back in the day, I would think the chocolate chip mini muffins were healthier because they're muffins rather than the brownie bites. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say the brownie bites are my favorite. Blame Danny with the 2 gifted subs.
Sorry, but they face great risks. You can pull up the interview right now and look at it. And then he points to Seth Rich. And the interviewer's like, wait, are you saying Seth Rich was murdered for this? And Assange is like, look, I can't.
He wasn't in jail. He was hiding in the Ecuadorian embassy in the UK. But, like, if he stepped foot outside, wouldn't he be arrested and shit?
Can't tell you who my sources are, but my sources take great risks. Seth Rich just got murdered. I mean, that couldn't be clearer, right? It was right after that Julian Assange was incarcerated, first in an embassy in London and then in Belmarsh prison, never charged with a crime. And that was pushed by CIA and Mike Pompeo. And it's like, wait a second.
What is going on?
Someone ask Mike Pompeo? Like, what is this? What?
Who the fuck is Mike Pompeo, bro? Mike Pompeo. Mike Pompeo. Mike Pompeo. Mike Pompeo. I'm miking my Pompeo. I'm miking my Pompeo. Oh, he's the director of the CIA. Wow. Wow. Chat, what has more power, CIA or FBI? CIA, right? Don't they hate each other?
is this? These are real allegations. They're credible allegations. And rather than follow up,
why was he? What? What? Can somebody give me the TLDR on Mike Pompeo? Succeeded by Anthony Blinken. This is the new guy? No. Current head of CIA. John Ratcliffe. Didn't this guy... Dude. Mike Pompeo was in charge when Epstein was first arrested. In charge of what? Pompeo faced numerous investigations, allegations of misconduct, and accusations of conspiring to undermine democratic process and oversight. Scrutiny regarding taxpayer. Okay. What the fuck is the Secretary of State? What do you do as the Secretary of State? What state? There's 50 of them. Hawkish means like very, very imperialistic and pro-war. So like, I smell oil.
you're punishing the guy who brought them to light? Tell us how that works, Mike Pompeo. Because, I mean, Mike Pompeo's like wandering free. And no one asks him about this. Like, what is going on, Ian Carroll?
Every time I talk.
Secretary of State is America's top diplomat. Thank you for putting it like I'm retarded. That's perfect. That's what I need.
Talk about this story.
It's the president's chief of foreign affairs advisor. The secretary carries out the president's foreign policies through the State Department, which includes Foreign Service, Civil Service, U.S. agency. Please watch the Mouthy Buddha documentary. Benzo with the 2. Maybe we'll watch it next week.
Every aspect.
What did he say? What is going on?
Light? Tell us how that works, Mike Pompeo. Because, I mean, Mike Pompeo's like wandering free. And no one asks him about this. Like, what is going on, Ian?
He said it.
Carroll.
Every time I talk about this story, every aspect of the story from Pizzagate to Epstein, everything in between, I always have to try not to get angry because it's when you think about, especially for me, the cover up, it makes me so furious how regular Americans are going to jail over like smoking a joint or going to jail over like paying taxes that are getting sent overseas anyways.
Philion, are you reading chat? No.
To jail over a parking ticket they can't afford, whatever it is, this madness in this country where we are lawfared to death.
I wonder if Ian laughed because he's seen that video too. Probably.
But these obvious criminals and these people that we at least have obvious questions for are just walking free. And you bring up 2 really great points that, I mean, in both cases, I think it's obvious that those actions are being taken on behalf of
Bill Clinton tweeted an hour ago. I love how locked in you guys are. You just fucking help us out here at Third Eye Global trying to get to the truth. Yeah, I have called for the full release of the Epstein files. I provided a sworn statement of what I know. And just this week, I've agreed to appear in person before the committee, but it's still not enough for Republicans on the House Oversight Committee. Now, Chairman Comer says he wants cameras, but only behind closed doors. Who benefits from this arrangement? If It's not Epstein's victims who deserves justice, not the public who deserves the truth. It serves only partisan interests. This is not fact-finding, it's pure politics. I will not sit idly as they use me as a prop in a closed-door kangaroo court by a Republican Party running scared. If they want answers, let's stop the games and do this the right way. In a public hearing where the American people can see for themselves what this is really about. Yeah, I don't think he wrote that. Do you guys think Bill Clinton, maybe while getting his shit straight gawked? God damn. Isn't it like a fact? Don't people like isn't the relationship with Hillary Clinton just like not real? Like, didn't they do a photo op? Isn't there a famous photo op on Vacation? Benzo with the membership. He was a Rhodes Scholar. What the fuck is a Rhodes Scholar? Yo, Jamie, pull up Hillary in the 70s. God damn! Hillary cheeked up! Yeah! I like naughties. You went on live TV and lied about Monica Lewinsky. You've spent your entire career lying, but now we have to believe you? Okay. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. So that was perjury, right? Did he get charged with perjury for lying about getting his shit sucked? Why didn't he own that shit? Be like, yeah, I got presidential dome. Yeah, I got topped off in the Oval Office. Like, why not just... He lied on TV, not in a court or Congress. So he got his dick sucked, and then he just continued being president. He got impeached. What's a kangaroo court? What's a kangaroo court?
Criminal organizations or happenings are being exposed, for example.
Just for show?
Dude,
why would I look something up when I have 400 of you that can literally hive mind any piece of information in 2 seconds flat?
Those email dumps that Seth Rich probably leaked, because it wasn't just Pizzagate stuff. It was also all sorts of Benghazi.
Thank you. Dude, we have built-in ChatGPT. A kangaroo court is an unofficial sham legal proceeding that disregards established legal standards, often characterized by extreme bias, lack of impartiality, and no respect for human rights. Ad hoc tribunals are used to quickly punish individuals. Is getting pee-pee sucked illegal? No, it's not. It's not illegal. It's not. The crime? A succulent Jewish blowjob? Monica Lewinsky was Jewish, right? That's the whole Mossad connection. Because why would she be instructed to save a dress full of cum? Is like, I know this is graphic. I apologize for the nature of what I'm about to say, but he nutted on her dress and she kept it. Is that what we're talking about here? Like, she did do that, right? Or he did? Isn't that the whole thing with the blue dress? Sloppenheimer. No, but like just so so just like, stop fucking with like that's what happened, right? He blasted ropes onto her dress and she kept it. And she didn't even like try to clean it. And then did they run like a DNA sample, or is this just like he said she said? Why do us like that? Dude, this is history. This is history, bro. This is American history. This is presidential. Monica initially considered getting the dress dry cleaned for a family event. However, her confidant, Linda Tripp, persuaded her not to clean it. Tripp argued that Monica should keep it as insurance in case she was ever accused of lying about the affair. Well, you've never heard of the blue dress? That's why Epstein has the photo of Bill Clinton in a blue dress. But did they DNA sample it? Did they DNA sample it? Or did... Was it sampled? Yes, the dress was DNA sampled. The results were a turning point in the investigation. Okay. Okay. Now, I know you're not in America, but this is common bowel knowledge. No, I understand. Yeah, no, so the whole thing with Lewinsky is because you could leer a lot right here. This is the Leering Center. Monica Lewinsky blue dress. Yo, I'm not trying to look at the stains, dude. This is infamous. Don't know the dick suck lore of ex-presidents. This was huge. I mean, I didn't live it, but apparently this was like the biggest thing ever in American politics. Yeah, we can talk about something else now. But why did the affair come out? Like, I know it would be messed up, but like, why wasn't this kept on the down low? Who spilled? I lived it and you're not lying. What do you mean stop? Right there with Watergate and JFK. I was in 7th grade when it happened and the radio and newspaper couldn't stop talking about it. Was it Linda Tripp? Who spilled the cum? I mean, who spilled the tea? Okay, so this is where it gets conspiratorial, okay? Monica Lewinsky hits him with the vacuum seal. Jesus Christ. Bill does his spill on the blue dress. And she's instructed by her friend Linda Tripp, who may or may not have been in the U.S. Army, who may or may not have been intelligence, to keep it. Monica began confiding in Tripp about her relationship with President Clinton. Unbeknownst to Monica, Tripp began secretly recording their phone conversations, collecting about 20 hours of tape. Tripp eventually shared these tapes and her knowledge of the affair with Lucianne Goldberg, a literary agent, and later with the lawyers representing Paula Jones. So it's Linda Tripp. Yeah, Bill is spill-pilled, bro. Linda Tripp is the issue here. Linda Tripp blew the load right off this thing. Like, that makes sense. I mean, she was just recording 20 hours of fucking illicit material. Hello? I mean, 20 hours. How do you talk about that for 20 hours?
Stuff, all sorts of Hillary Clinton stuff, all sorts of other really serious stuff that also was never asked of the.
Like, why did she snitch though? All right. Can somebody ask why she snitched? Linda Tripp. Yeah, what does Linda Tripp look like? Linda was tripping, bro. Linda was straight tripping, bro. Dude, I'm not reading that out loud. The presidential schlong. Like what? Why?
Appropriate parties. But I mean, when you start talking about who's still walking free that we should be asking questions of, and we're looking at.
Most people also think she wanted leverage, attention, or to blow the whole thing up. Yeah, so that's why it seems like an op to me.
The Epstein investigation.
Because Paula Jones was suing Clinton for sexual assault. Oh, see, that's part of the story. I don't even know who's Paula Jones, bro. Who the fuck is Paula Jones? Who the fuck is Paula Jones, bruv? I don't know who this person is. An Arkansas state employee who accused Bill Clinton of sexual assault. So he couldn't keep his hands to himself, huh? Bill Clinton was just... What sort of assault are we talking? I don't think she sucked any pee-pee, bro. While working on official business in her capacity as a state employee of AIDC, she attended an annual Governor's Quality Conference at the Excelsior Hotel in Little Rock. She was asked to report to Arkansas Governor Clinton's hotel room in Excelsior, where Clinton propositioned and exposed himself to her. That's weird. That's... You know you're dealing with a serious gooner when they say exposed himself. You know what I mean? Like what? You just like, I don't know, dude. It's a bit much.
That list immediately grows to like 100 miles.
Like it's like they whip. This is hypothetical. They whip out the meat, right? They whip out the shaboing boing, and then they just like wait. Is that what they're trying? I'm just saying that's a bold move. Like that's just insane. I know a guy that met Clinton before he was president at a convention on an island up in Great Lakes. All Clinton would talk about was, where is the pussy at? He's just like me for real. No. Hey, yo, where the pussy at? What the fuck?
It was long. And we got in one of the document drops that happened a couple weeks ago, and then we re-corroborated it multiple times since then. We got a list of 10 co-conspirators that they have had for years from one of their old investigations that just never happened because they, Kash Patel's been telling us there are no co-conspirators. There is no organization. It was just him alone.
Thank you guys for helping me understand this American history.
But we've got a document saying that they had 10 co-conspirators, one of whom was Leslie Wexner. They're named. And that the list is long. Like there's pilots. We know their names. Larry Visosky. There's 3 different pilots. There's a bunch of other madams like Ghislaine Maxwell, but, assistants that were helping to recruit girls.
I low-key want to try the whip out method. You don't want... That you could get sued for that. Let's...
There's a bunch of other
Maybe don't say that out loud.
people that were trafficking models and bringing models in and out. There's just this there's an enormously long list of people in various roles all around Epstein that we know full well were at the very least deeply suspiciously involved, where they should be asked some very serious questions. I mean, right up to Ehud Barak, who by my accounting looks like the handler of Epstein. He certainly looks.
I don't think Ehud Barak was Jeffrey Epstein's handler. I think he was a free agent. I think, yes, there was ties to Mossad, but I think there was ties to other agencies as well.
Like, we have all these emails from both Ehud Barak's email server now and from Jeffrey Epstein's trove of documents that corroborate them.
Independent contractor. That's right.
Doing what looks like intelligence operations all around the world and in the United States.
Chad, I feel like we're milking this dry over here. I feel like we call it here, put a bookmark in it. Had some laughs, had some fun comments, had a good time, learning a lot, to be honest. And I think we pick it up next week. I feel like we just got to pick it up next week, you know what I'm saying? I got to rest, recover, repeat. I got to shower, I got to eat. This is plans on the weekend. I'm not sure yet. I could have plans, but I'm not aware of them. What shirt is that? You like this shirt, huh? I'm not going to tell you now. I literally have to shower with Cheeky. The shirt? All right, fine. It's ASRV. I got it for Christmas. It's a very nice workout shirt. It's very... this shit is some of the finest material I've ever fucking worn, to be honest. Just bought 5? Absolutely. 100%. 100%. You guys got any plans this weekend? Any huge plans? He's a Bernedoodle. He's 75% poodle, 25% Bernese Mountain Dog. What's on the Spotify rotation? All right, fine. I'm going to leave you guys with a fucking heater song. I discovered it today, okay? If you guys want to feel like a fucking giga, Mafia by Swedish House Mafia. Mafia by Swedish House Mafia. I'll play it. Fuck it. Yo, this song's insane. New outro? So true. Peace out, chat.